Good morning. Happy Saturday. Welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. It is Saturday, October 19th, 10:35 a.m. So nice to have you here. We are going to be covering the lawsuit that was filed. There's a federal injunction and the Rico. We talked about it last night, but we're going to go through the documents. Friends, it's very interesting. Hey, hi, a fatal paper cut. Great comments yesterday. Thank you so much. Hi, Trishy 18. Good to see you. So good to see you. So we're going to be going through them this time together, and very interesting. They're referring to a criminal element, and you'll get some names of whom they think are involved in that criminal element, and I'm not going to spoil it for you. So very interesting. What does this mean for Sebastian? Hopefully it means that someone will feel maybe more comfortable coming forward, speaking out, or it will lead to Sebastian, allow people to look for Sebastian. That's what this is asking for, is relief on being kept and delayed and hindered and threatened for searching for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Hi, James C. Excuse me. Welcome in. Welcome into everyone. I was up, I maybe slept 2.5 hours because I was going through those. It was just really interesting. And I was looking certain things up. So we're going to get to it. I want to thank, if Canine Watchers in here, I didn't get a chance to thank you for your super chat yesterday. We got off before I saw it. My apologies. And thank you so very much, Canine Watcher. And I also want to welcome in the new members. First of all, Rhonda Moses, if you're in here, I missed your messages yesterday, and I want to thank you for being a member. And you were my very first member. So welcome to the family, and thank you. Oh, thanks, Trishy818. It was just, once I started, I'd put it away and then I'd be thinking about it so much I'd go back to it. And I thought I might as well just read the whole thing. Hi, YouTuber. How are you? Welcome in. Hi, Janice5957. So thank you so much, Rhonda Moses. And I'm sorry I missed your messages yesterday. RD, thank you for joining the family. Island High, Miriam M, Dawn Grimes, Misty Moonlight, Jennifer Davis, Linda Morrison, Cook G60, Ginger Girl, and I believe I've thanked you all, but I'm going to thank you again. The last few, Shelley NB, Justice and Justice for All. Welcome to the family. Cinderella, welcome in. Happy Saturday. So what does this mean for Sebastian? Really what it was is a plea to have all of the nonsense, which is being referred to as racketeering, organized crime in a pattern to make profit, and obstruction of justice is mentioned in there. And we're going to get to it. I just want to give some people a chance to get in here, get something to drink. Hello, Mary Harris. James C., I'm so glad you're in here. You were such a wealth of information to us yesterday. Thank you so very much. Tim, aka TQ Logic. Let me think about, I'm looking down here. GW. I'm not sure who GW is. Hi, Paula McGillen. Hello, good evening. Where are you, Paula? Tim, I'm not sure what GW is, but I'm also very tired. So anyway, I want to thank all of you for being here. This is good news for Sebastian. It's like we talked about yesterday, it's serious. It's at a level that's very serious. Oh, hello. Welcome to the UK. Thank you so much for being here. So let's go ahead, and the first couple of pages, I'm going to read to you, but I'm not going to show because everyone's actual names are on there, or addresses, I mean. And so I will bring you into the very beginning. Oh, yes. Okay, so let me go back. Let me go back and see that comment. Was it recent phone call or in the past? Thank you, Trishy818, for letting me know. Hi, Shelly. Welcome in. Marlena Cantu. How's the weather in San Diego? Millie RN, hello. Always love having nurses, and all of you have so many amazing talents and brains, by the way. Okay, well, let's go ahead. If you guys are comfortable, I'm serious, get a coffee, a beverage, a snack, get your comfortable sweats on, whatever you're doing, and we'll get to it. And like I said, the first couple, I'm just going to read because I don't want any addresses on there. Okay. First of all, it was filed in the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania, Court of Common Pleas, civil cover sheet in Delaware County. The commencement of action is a complaint and a petition. The lead plaintiff's name is At Night Media, LLC. Excuse me. They are not asking for money damages, and this is not a class action suit. The name of the plaintiff's attorney is Joseph P. Lesniak, and it is a complaint in equity. And I can't see your all's comments, but I'll come back to you as soon as I get through these pages. The plaintiffs are, and I'm just going to go ahead and say their channel names. Okay, and there's some people I don't know what their channel are up on top, but so I'll just give their initials. If you know their channel, you can tell me. So the plaintiffs are At Night Media, Dwayne Dog Chapman, Seth Rogers, Tony L. Mathis, Andrew Griffin, Brittany J. And I don't know this one, what her channel is, or if I believe she's a content creator. So I'm just going to say Christina O. And then same with Julia V, Hong, and Nick the Hat. And in this document, by the way, my friends, they're going to mention some names, and we'll put that together. They'll mention some names they believe are part of the criminal element, or they actually are providing evidence to. And the plaintiffs are, or the defendants are, Barbecue Lady and Granny's Watching. Okay? So it says, you have been sued in court. If you wish to defend, sorry, it's my Ring camera. Let me turn that off. If you wish to defend against the claims set forth in the following pages, you must take action within 20 days after this complaint and notice are served by entering a written appearance personally or by attorney and filing in writing with the court your defenses or objections to the claims set forth against you. You are warned that if you fail to do so, the case may proceed without you, and a judgment may be entered against you by the court without further notice for any money claimed in the complaint or for any other claim or relief requested by the plaintiff. Excuse me, friends. You may lose money or property or other rights important to you. And then in bold, all caps, you should take this paper to your lawyer at once. If you do not have a lawyer, go to or telephone the office set forth below. This office can provide you with information about hiring a lawyer. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, this office may be able to provide you with information about agencies that may offer legal services to eligible persons at a reduced fee or no fee. And from what I understand, this is quite an expensive legal cost. So this, and James, I believe you said yesterday with the Rico, which I just want to pause for a second and say this, with the Rico, it's not so much innocent till proven guilty, but you have to prove your innocence. So it's a different, it's different, and it's I keep saying serious. I can't think of a better word right now. So then they have the lawyers referral service for Front and Lemon Street Media, Pennsylvania. Okay. And then they have the same in Spanish. And this was filed on October 18th, which was yesterday. The offices of Joseph Lesniak and Vanderveen, Hartshorn, Levin, and Leentime by Bruce Castor, Jr., Esquire. At Night Media, Dwayne, Doug Chapman, Rogers, Tony Mathis, Andrew Griffin, Brittany J., Christina O., Julia V., Hong, and Nick the Hat are the plaintiffs. And Barbecue Lady and Granny's Watching and Does 1 through 50 inclusive. And they will mention some names. So, but they don't mention 50 names. So 1 through 50 inclusive defendants. Complaint for injunctive and other equitable parties. Let me pause right there and come back to you guys for a second. Have you guys been able to hear me? Can you guys hear me? Oh, good. Okay. Were were you all able to hear what I was saying? What do you think so far? So we have the plaintiffs, we have 2 content creators. Thank you all. And I'm going to continue reading if everyone's good. Hi, Truth for Us. Welcome in. Ginger Girl, hi. Thank you so much for being a member. Welcome to the family. I gave you a little shout out with the others when we opened. So good to see you. Grandma, thank you so much for being here and modding. So James, James, you had shared with us yesterday that with a RICO, you really have to prove your innocence. You're not so much innocent till proven guilty, but you need to prove your innocence. So I'm going to keep reading because there's a lot, and I'll just keep coming back to you. It's in sections. So after each section, I'll come over, okay? Because I'm trying to read it from where I can see it best. And then I'm going to be sharing the page in just a minute. Okay, after I get through the addresses. Complaint for injunctive order and other injunctive and other equitable relief. The parties. At Night Media LLC is a Pennsylvania limited liability company with its principal place of business at One World Trade Center, floor 85, New York, New York. And is in the process of relocating. Number 2, plaintiff Dwayne Dog Chapman is an individual in his professional capacity as a bounty hunter and public figure, and I'm not giving their addresses. Plaintiff Seth Rogers, Mr. Rogers, is an individual and is the father of Sebastian Rogers. Plaintiff Tony L. Mathis is an individual in his official capacity as national spokesperson for Mr. Rogers. Plaintiff Hong, and I think it's she, is an individual in his official capacity as an officer of At Night Media LLC, residing at, plaintiff Bullhorn Betty, Brittany J, Christina O, Julia V, Nick the Hat is an individual in his own official capacity as an employee or agent of At Night Media, LLC. I was really surprised to hear what some of the things he went through. Defendant, Barbecue Lady. Defendant, Granny's Watching. And now here are the facts, part 2, and the background, and I can share it with you. Eileen Mary O'Malley, hello, welcome in. Shadow, welcome in. Rammers, aka Mini Panthers. Wilted Lettuce, aka Christina York, welcome in. For anything I missed up here, let me see if I've missed anything. Welcome to all the members. I so appreciate you being here. Grandma, thank you for modding. Shelly and B. See if I've missed anyone here. Welcome in. Happy Saturday. Hopefully this is good stuff it can only be good. Hi, Patty. For Sebastian, in my opinion. Jan, Live C, Kiwi Jan, hello. Warrior River, hello. Let's all make sure we say, in my opinion, in the chat today. Hello from New Zealand, Jan. Livesly, welcome. Wow, that's amazing. Let's all make sure we say, in my opinion, and please don't use, be kind in the chat and be respectful. Oh, maybe a fatal paper cut. That was you who told us that. Yes, that's you with your wonderful comment. Thank you again. Yes, everything is, what I'm saying is, if I add something, it is opinion and speculation and theory. These documents are facts. So let me go ahead and share it. We can get to the second section, first part. I hope you guys can see it because I'm always so bad at making it large for you. Where did it go? Sorry, guys. Oh, here we go. Okay, can you all see it? Okay, here we go. Asar K9 Mom, hello, welcome in. Okay, Section 2 Facts, A background. Plaintiffs are engaged in the urgent and sensitive task of locating Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, a 15-year-old missing child, last seen on February 25th, 2024, in Hendersonville, Tennessee. Despite extensive effort, Sebastian remains missing, necessitating a coordinated and uninterrupted search. 14. So they're asking for a coordinated and uninterrupted search. The search for Sebastian Rogers has proven far more difficult than a typical missing teenager investigation, as a few ill-intentioned individuals have sought to cast Mr. Rogers as a villain. Meanwhile, others have conducted Salem witch trial-like panels aimed at intimidating potential witnesses or discouraging those who may have useful information from coming forward. So, they are alleging they are intimidating potential witnesses or discouraging those who may have useful information from coming forward. Okay, Maybe why no one's come forward for the reward. I don't know. We'll have to see. Now, they do name, right? Start naming individuals that they believe are in this criminal element, and it's Barbecue Lady and Granny's Watching. And then the next couple of names are coming right up. Some of these individuals uncomfortably close to Mr. Rogers include his ex-wife Kate Proudfoot and her husband Christopher Proudfoot. Others are so-called content creators whose sole aim seems to be inviting, inciting, instructing, and destroying the lives of anyone who dares to search for answers or help locate the missing teenager. So we have in their circle is what's so far we have CP Chris Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot, Barbecue Lady, and Granny's Watching. Okay. And they'll start explaining the criminal element. Excuse me, I'm going to open my Diet Coke. My throat's a little dry, and so forgive me for the coughs and the drinking my water and Diet Coke. Okay, so uncomfortably close to Mr. Rogers, and that includes her ex-wife, his ex-wife Kate Proudfoot, and her husband Christopher Proudfoot. As set forth below, defendants have engaged in reckless and unlawful. And remember, the defendants are Barbecue Lady and Granny's Watching, and 50 others. And a few are mentioned in here. We've now have 4 of them. As set forth below, defendants have engaged in reckless and unlawful actions, including the dissemination of false information, harassment, threats, and interference, which have severely disrupted the search operations. Defendants' actions have caused significant harm, diverted critical resources, and impeded plaintiffs' lawful efforts to locate Sebastian. That's just so sad, isn't it? Just to hear it in this type of a document. Just the reality of it, right? That's just so sad for Sebastian. I'm glad that, this is standing up for Sebastian's rights, and I'm glad this is being done for him. I'm sad that things have been impeded and people have been discouraged, but I'm glad that it's being brought out in the light. They always say things come out. Hi, Mandy Moo. Things come out in the light, and so I'm really glad that it's coming out in the light. Welcome in, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Settle in because there's a lot. I want to see if I have any. Let's get to messages real quick. Yes, the strategy. When are they coming out, Miss Ginger Girl? Do you know? Is that after the press conference? It is a lovely Saturday. Is there a date set? They have, Mandy Moo, they have 20 days from the day they are served to defend themselves and object to the claims being made. So I'm not sure if they were served yesterday, or I know that they were going to be being served. So after that 20 days, if they don't respond, it goes through possibly, for the way that the plaintiffs are asking. So it's a lot. There are so many details in this. So I want to say hello to everyone and we'll keep going and get to it. I just don't want to miss anyone. Okay. I'm going to keep going. A default judgment. Thank you, James. Yes. So it would default to the plaintiff's pleas, requests for relief. Hmm. That's interesting. The issue is courts oftentimes don't accept civil RICO cases because of the significance of the damages and those guilty being formally declared racketeers. Huh. How do they not accept them? Yes, there will be a press conference Tuesday at 10 a.m. And when I get done with work, I will come on a couple hours after that and we can watch it together as a family. Yes, there are 50 plus, um, 50 plus inclusive, including barbecue lady and grannies watching. Yes. So let's go ahead and get back to it. Interesting. Timeline. Now, this is interesting. Some of the things in here. In this document, there were a couple of things I didn't know. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, 15, was last seen with his biological mother, Kate Proudfoot, at Texas Roadhouse in Hendersonville, Tennessee, on February 25th, 2024. A true and correct copy of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation's official updates page is here to attached as Exhibit 1, which outlines the latest information about this case to date and is incorporated by reference herein. After leaving the restaurant, Sebastian disappeared, effectively vanishing without a trace. He was reported missing the next morning, prompting a multi state search involving local, state, and federal law enforcement. So, multi state, I wonder what states they, Tennessee, Mississippi, I bet. Interesting. But do you hear the way that's said, though? After leaving the restaurant, Sebastian disappeared, effectively vanishing without a trace. He was reported the next morning, prompting a multi state search involving local, state, and federal law enforcement. Hmm. So I wonder, well, let's keep going. On March 21st, 2024, Mr. Rogers organized a search of the Natchez Trace State Park. And friends, I was going to be doing a video, and this broke yesterday when I got home about this search because I had found an article where the end of it said, and Seth had been searching at Natchez Trace State Park because he was concerned someone had dropped Sebastian off there. And it's in West Tennessee, like, it says right here, located 100 miles from Sumner County. And it's on the same highway on the way from Hendersonville to Memphis. Just saying. After receiving a tip suggesting the family search that area. Unfortunately, nothing was found. I wonder if it's been thoroughly or searched. Wow. I wonder why they received a tip suggesting the family search that area, if it was a legit tip or it was a crazy person. A true and correct copy of the news article is attached here too as Exhibit 2 and incorporated by reference herein. On March 23rd, Mr. Rogers felt a glimmer of hope when the United Cajun Navy deployed a team to assist in the search for the missing teenager. A true and correct copy of the news article is attached here too as Exhibit 3 and incorporated by reference herein. He wanted help so badly. However, as the days went on and the situation grew more challenging, Mr. Rogers made a public plea for help, reporting that threats, intimidation, and other questionable tactics were being used to disrupt the search efforts. Now, this was from around March 23rd, a little after. A true and correct copy of the news article is attached here too as Exhibit 4 and incorporated reference herein. The nightmare worsened on March 29th. And I'm just going to get through the timeline. Let me see how many there are. I'm going to get through the timeline or a few more, and then I'll come back. The nightmare worsened on March 29th when the United Cajun Navy withdrew from the search, citing death threats. Now, this is back end of March 29th, already happening. Citing death threats and interference from a handful of mentally ill people. And he's quoting, a handful of mentally ill people with too much free time, emboldened by online keyboard warriors, end of quote. A true and correct copy of the news article is attached here too as Exhibit 5. And I'm not going to read after the exhibit. I might stop reading a true and copy too. On April 2nd, 2024, TBI spokesperson Susan Nyland cautioned the public during a press conference that misinformation could damage the investigation into Sebastian Rogers' disappearance. So there's the warning. A true and correct copy of the news article is attached as Exhibit 6. On April 16th, 2024, 50 days after Sebastian Rogers' disappearance, Mr. Rogers initiated a petition on change.org calling for a criminal investigation by the FBI. A true and correct copy of the change.org page, which as of today has garnered 19,472 signatures. Exhibit 7. The petition reads, excuse me, we want the FBI to take over the investigation of the case of missing Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers from the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. It has been 50 days since Sebastian has gone missing, no scent trail from dogs, no video footage of Sebastian leaving his mother's house, yet no criminal investigation at all by TBI or the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. Sorry. Oops, my doggy's gonna, he says, yeah. I lost my place. Okay. Sorry, friends. On or about April 17th, 2024. Hey. Mr. Rogers hired 2 licensed investigators, Chloe Schaefer and Heather Cohen, to assist with the search. Unbeknownst to him at the time, at least one of them had connections to the enterprise. That's the criminal enterprise, to the enterprise. So they're saying, unbeknownst to him, Chloe or Heather, at least one of them had connections to the enterprise. Exhibit 8. It's a news report. On or about April 23rd, 2024, Mr. Rogers retained a private investigator to assist in the search for his missing son, Sebastian Rogers. The news article is Exhibit 9. Around that time, Mr. Rogers began a relationship with Michaela Cleveland. Michaela Cleveland, aka Michaela Alardis, who, based on information and belief, was sent to Mr. Rogers with the ulterior motive of using SEX as a manipulation tool, similar to tactics employed by intelligence agents, but without any legal authority. During the course of the relationship, She covertly emailed herself confidential files related to Sebastian Rogers. A true and correct copy of the sworn declaration by Seth Rogers, father of Sebastian Wayne Jake Rogers, is Exhibit 10 and incorporated by reference herein. Let me see something. There's a whole bunch more. I'm going to come back in for a second, go into the comments, and then we'll continue on to in May. I want to say hi and read your comments. Hello, everyone. So, very specific. I wonder if it's the one I'm thinking of, wilted lettuce. Don't say it. Oh, is it the one I'm thinking of, Grandma? Okay, no date that you know of for the speech intelligence. Now, Ginger Girl, I'm confused. I'm rereading that again. I know about the press conference. What's the speech search intelligence? That's gonna, the search intelligence from Dog and Nick and their team. And yes, the press conference will be at 10 a.m. on Tuesday, and we'll watch it together after I get home from work. I know it's a shame that it came to this, isn't it, Eileen Mary O'Malley? It's just a shame that it's a shame for Sebastian, but it's a shame that it just didn't. Why would that be the content you'd want to put forth anyway, in my opinion? Hi, Shrimp. Yes. Come back and watch it with me when I get home from work, Shrimp. Oh, the doc's right here. Oh, yes. They have a ton of evidence, fatal paper cut. So much detail. Yeah. Remember, they were counting statements. Thank you, James C. I had one person in mind. I want to go back and see. Yes, I read that. There's not all states have Rico, and state Rico and federal, and Pennsylvania is one of them. Florida is another. Yes, that fatal paper cut. Your information is wonderful. Also, same with you, James C. Thank you so much for contributing with such valuable information. We have such a great community as far as thinkers and outside of the box thinkers and people who are knowledgeable about almost every area. But I want to know, Grandma, did you know who she was referring to? Would it be who I would be referring to? Anyway, and just so you know, I want to say that we don't normally cover, just like Hawkins County, absolutely. We do not normally cover drama, but this is important because it's not drama, it's a legal action regarding Sebastian's search and case. So it's important. And honest to goodness, I haven't seen any of it other than in clips now that I'm looking because of this and stuff of most of what's going on. Hello, Brianna's World. Welcome in. Thank you for being here. We're going through the timeline and I'm just taking a little break. Hi, dear Rant. Welcome back. Thanks for being here again. Yeah, this says that he disappeared after. Do you want me to read that again, friends? The way it said it after Texas Roadhouse? But it said the way it's phrased is that He disappeared after leaving Texas Roadhouse and was reported missing the next morning. Hmm. So, those of you who I know we've all gone I many times I think, "No way he was home." Many times I think, "Maybe you're right. Maybe he didn't make it home." And I go back and forth and lean, but then the flashlights put me to he was home. But many of you said, no, that was for later on taking care of business or allegedly, in your opinion. So, really interesting the way that was phrased. Yes, absolutely. You are correct, Grandma. Yes, Bureau of Land Management, we have no jurisdiction over. And I think I mentioned this to you all in another chat. Um, Gosh, the last time I looked into Rose Bly's during summer, the height of summer's case, they thought, and I can't remember who told me that, it was a local source or someone who was really into the case. They thought that she was on BLM land. And the reason they dropped that in is they said it is a place we are not allowed to access. Federal agents can't go. Very interesting if that's the case. Reality wins. Welcome in. Sebastian Strong for sure. Thank you so much, everyone. Rosa Alicia, thank you. Brianna's World. I just read your message. So good to see all of you. Yeah, Cajun Navy. I mean, they say mentally ill people. So that is Brianna's World. So can we deduce that's whom they're speaking of? Allegedly. Hi, Chastity. Skip to the loo. Love the name. You know, I thought Summers was bad, Skip to the loo, but this just takes the cake. Summers got to the point where, you know, it was just a circus as well and nothing to report because it was just so convoluted and messy and it was so sad and just such an injustice to Summer Moon Utah Wells. And this, I'm very glad that this is happening for Sebastian. And I hope because it's saying the happenings in Tennessee is what they're addressing and asking for relief in, that resonates to all towns in Tennessee who have high profile missing children's cases and missing children's cases, doesn't have to be high profile, and perhaps they need to pay attention if there's things that need to be paid attention to. Let's just say that. And I hope it creates a positive effect through all of Tennessee because Tennessee is just, in my opinion, inadequate and ineffective when it comes to finding their missing kids. My opinion. I'll get off my soapbox. Welcome in, everyone. Grandma, thank you so much for modding today. He only wants to find his boy, and every single person who came around to help him was run off. So now he has a team that have big, important people that stand beside them, and they're standing beside him, with him, and with Sebastian. And really, when we go through reading this, and I'll get right back to it after this. Hi, Caddy G. When we get into it, you're going to see some of the statements they make about that. So I'm going to get back into it. I will get back into all of your comments. If I miss any, I'll come back to you. Okay? Get back to it. Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, this is for him. His father, Seth, is finally getting what he needs, what he deserves, what Sebastian deserves. Okay, so we're at May 1st. Like I said, I slept 2.5 hours, so please forgive the raspy throat and I hope you'll forgive me if I lose my mind for a second there, space out. On May 1st, 2024, Mr. Rogers retained Tony L. Mathis on a pro bono basis to assist with media requests, allowing him the space to mourn and continue searching for his son, Sebastian Rogers, with peace of mind. That's so sad. A true and correct copy of the sworn declaration of Tony L. Mathis, Exhibit 11. On May 20th, 2024, as the search for missing teen Sebastian Rogers approached the 3-month mark, his father, Mr. Rogers, called for renewed efforts and urged the FBI to take over the investigation, seeking a fresh perspective on his son's case. He was begging for someone, because remember, he wasn't being communicated to, which was so odd because he's part of the blue too. What's that blue brotherhood, and that wasn't applying here. So I think that caught a lot of our attention right away. Seeking a fresh perspective on his son's case. A true and correct copy of the article titled, let me reread that. On May 20th, 2024, as the search for missing teen Sebastian Rogers approached the 3-month mark, his father, Mr. Rogers, called for renewed efforts and urged the FBI to take over the investigation, seeking a fresh perspective on his son's case. A true and correct copy of the article titled Sebastian Rogers' Father Calls on FBI to Take Over Investigation, Exhibit 12. May 27th, 2024. Sorry, my doggies are here too. And since we're on here, I need to plug in my computer. Hold on 1 second, friends. 1 second, and I'll get to May. We are on May 27th, so don't let me forget. Plug in my computer. Honey bun, Mama loves. Okay. May 27th, 2024. Mr. Rogers planned 3 additional searches to further the effort to locate his son. Copy of the news report is Exhibit 13. In an emotional interview, oh, this was so sad. Did you all see this interview with News Nation with Seth? And if we'll watch that together. I'm going to write that down. That was an important, I think I've only seen it maybe once or twice. That was really, he was just at that point so heartbroken, so alone, and so discouraged. He thought they were going to start working together, and it just didn't happen, and it just took a turn for the worst. In an emotional interview on June 19th, 2024, with News Nation's Ashley Banfield, Mr. Rogers stated, "There has been no contact between me and the Proudfoots." Oh, quote. Mr. Rogers stated, quote, "There has been no contact between me and the Proudfoots. It's like I'm the only one that misses my son." That's just heartbreaking. That just imagine if, and it's happened. Remember in the Cleveland girls who were reported missing or who were kept in the basement locally for a decade, 10 years and more? Started with one and then took another in Cleveland. And the girls had a TV, and once a year, at first when they were taken, they could watch their families looking for them and couple of the families united and became, support to each other and would go on the news together. And, you know, every year they knew they, and then when it died down each year, they knew, well, at least I'll get to see mom out there on the anniversary. But there was one there, one of the girls whose family weren't on the news. They weren't shown out there searching. And it had quite an impact on her. And if you've ever seen the documentaries, um, she discusses it. So, and very sad that, she was watching others' families, and for her, mom wasn't out there. My point is, I hope if Sebastian is being harbored and wasn't harmed, allegedly, that he is not being privy to any of this. That would be really hard to hear and see. And he's smart. He's 15. He'd understand that, in my opinion. So a true and correct copy of this interview is Exhibit 14. On July 11th, WKRN Nashville reported on a search being conducted by Mr. Rogers, during which he stated that he is not sharing a lot about the search due to worry over continued harassment. And that is a copy of the report, is Exhibit 15. On or around August 7th, Kate and Christopher Proudfoot pursued legal action by filing a protective order against plaintiff Bullhorn Betty, a true and correct copy, Exhibit 16. On August 21st, 2024, at night was engaged by a private client of the plaintiff with an address in Brentwood, Tennessee, to assist in the search for Sebastian Rogers. So, a private client hired at night to come in and assist for the search with the search. And we know Seth had been begging, so he would have been delighted. Did I miss something? Did I skip a page? No, okay. I thought it was right here. It comes later. On August 26, 2024, the FBI announced, hey, Gma or Grandma, if you need me, text me. My phone, I don't know where it is, but I just had it. Hold on, Grandma. Let me find my phone just in case you. Oh, there it is. If you need me, text. Send me a message. Oh, someone just messaged me that Castor is the former Attorney General of Pennsylvania. And Castor is one of the attorneys, along with Joseph Lesniak. Hi. Thank you. I got you right here in case you need me. On August 26, 2024, and this was such a great day, the FBI announced this was 6 months mark. I don't like to say anniversary because that sounds like a celebration. 6-month mark. The FBI announced a $50,000 reward for information on Sebastian Rogers. A true and correct copy of the FBI missing persons poster for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, which showcases a $50,000 reward. Listen to this, and indicates he is classified as a runaway, suggesting he is alive and not deceased. Attached Exhibit 17. And I think that's important because coming up, they are going to bring in the fact that they are in danger by impeding the investigation. Well, it's important that if they believe he's alive, because my gosh, best case scenario, right? That he's being harbored for some reason, some motive. But Also because I lost my train of thought. What was I saying? Oh, because they coming up and they're in their complaint, they're saying that they are by impeding the investigation, obstructing justice, they are endangering the life of a child. Okay. So this is important right here to remember, that he's classified as a runaway by the FBI, suggesting he is alive and not deceased. And that's Exhibit 17. A true and correct copy of the original post from Nick the Hat on X, formerly Twitter, dated September 2nd, 2024, announcing the agency's intent to cover the case of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers is attached, Exhibit 18. On September 3rd, oh, this is very specific, 2024, at approximately 11:17 a.m., Mr. Hat, I can't say Nick's last name. Sorry, Nick. Mr. Hat, and thank you, Nick, for all you're doing. Thank you, dog. Thank you, Nick. Mr. Hat emailed Special Agent Bobby Simmons of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation to begin coordination efforts involving Dog the Bounty Hunter at night in Mr. Rogers' interest in assisting with the search for Sebastian Rogers. See, they came in, they have set, it's just such a shame because they've really tied Nick's hands on being able to help. And that breaks my heart because he is inspiring. He I really am disappointed, and I didn't realize the extent of what, you know, they've put him through. And that's coming up. I'll come back in a few minutes. I'll read a few more and then I'll come in and read some comments. Okay, so they were going about things the right way. They wanted to work with, Special Agent Bobby Simmons and the TBI. That same day, at night, entered into a letter of engagement with Mr. Rogers, the father of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Remember, they were hired by a private client. A true and copy of the engagement letter is Exhibit 20. At night, intended to represent the entire family. And I do remember them saying that when they came out. By reaching out to Kate and Christopher Proudfoot, as well as Mr. Rogers. However, Mr. and Mrs. Proudfoot declined the services offered by At Night. So I'm going to come over here and talk to you guys for a second. That is that the second time they've mentioned them? Yes, because they mentioned in the timeline. Yes, okay, because they mentioned about Bullhorn Betty already. So yes, I see it. I had written notes. That's the second time that the Proudfoots are mentioned in this so far. And I'm going to come read some comments for a second and engage with my wonderful, wonderful community. Sebastian Strong, Mary Harris, all of you, Millie RN. Let me read some of your comments here. I pray daily too. He's always on my mind, dear aunt. I hope so too, Wilted Lettuce. Well, I hope so too. You know, I'm gonna put out a poll after this live. So I want all of you, if you would, to go over there and you can I'm gonna put out a poll about what you're all thinking. By the way, please hit the like button. Please, please, please hit the like button. I would love, I mean, that's the best case scenario. And this is no matter where you stand, no matter where you stand. Okay, Grandma. I've already moved on. I don't know what I asked you. I'm sorry. No matter where you stand, hopefully, I know you stand for Sebastian. We all do. And this has just gone way. I mean, the extent of it is shocking what's coming up. And if you haven't heard it, I'm sure some of you have already heard it. And so I really do appreciate you coming back and listening with me and going through it with me. And for those of you who are listening for the first time, thank you. I appreciate you choosing to come here and hear this with me, with us. Rhonda Moses, I gave you a shout out again. I'm going to give it again. Rhonda was my very first member. Thank you, Rhonda, so much. I think it was to throw them off on a search here in Hendersonville because KP is the one that called Seth about Natchez Trace. Oh, really? Mm, that's interesting because he felt that it said the tip came from someone saying the family should look there. Did she relayed the tip? Hmm. But also he said he thought someone may have dropped Sebastian off there. And when I looked at the route as to where it is, it's far from the house. It's far and west. A fatal paper cut, I I just don't understand it. And I'm going to go ahead and put this up here because I think it's really important we talk about for a second. We're not in a hurry, are you? I want to be able to talk and address these things because it's so important. Some people hate other YouTubers more than they'll ever love justice. Most of them are felons themselves. Haha. Okay. Hope you don't mind I put that up there. Sorry if you do. But you're right. And the thing I don't understand is it happened to me, and I'm sure most of you know, and I didn't understand. What I don't understand is how is that true crime content? And that's what I don't understand. Why is, in my opinion, and I don't understand why it's on the true crime platform. I think it should be a separate platform called Krama, and then we have the true crime community. And it's just awful. I don't listen. I don't watch them. Now I've been getting the clips thanks to a couple channels who are clipping beautiful information. And hindsight, and I don't want to say it wrong. Hindsight 2002 and War Damn Eagle. Um, thank you so much. And I wanted to give that shout out to him for keeping us abreast. And there's so much out there, and they're just giving perfect little clips so we can remind ourselves and see information maybe we missed or forgot. This was supposed to be about Sebastian, absolutely. And that's what this document is about. This is about Sebastian's rights. This is about Seth's rights and any person searching and trying to help in any ways rights to be safe and not harassed. It's a wonderful document. I do hope, best case scenario, he is being harbored. I do hope, one of you said you hope they're being cared for. I do too. And I don't understand the hate. I don't. And I don't understand why that's true crime content. And I really don't. I don't understand why YouTube allows it, quite frankly, because there are community rules and it does go against them, right? Hi, Pale Rider. I am so glad, Pale Rider, that they just, and you know what I think is so funny? And hi, Gina H. Gina H, I love your comments, by the way. Um, you know what I think is so, Pale Rider, is so amazing is they stood up and said, "We're not going to take this," right? And it is absolutely time. But what's funny is they pushed and they pushed and they pushed. They had enough warnings. I mean, a cease and desist was a warning, correct? And I just I don't understand why that. Well, this document helps you understand why. I wasn't understanding why they wouldn't stop what they were doing, why it was what they wouldn't let go of, but just the nasty hate, like the F word all the time and calling people POSs and stuff. I can't watch it. I won't watch it. I won't give them time. But I appreciate the clips. But it's about time. So they were like, "Oh yeah, what's Dog the Bounty Hunter and Nick the Hack gonna do?" Well, boom, and boom, and boom, boom. There you go. So now Rico is where you are not. You have to prove your innocence. You are not granted innocence, like in normal situations. So my opinion is, how can you do that when you have so much stuff out there? I mean, Nick was counting statements, friends. They have so much documentation. Gina H. I would have done the same. I would have probably written someone in like Scooby Doo. You're a local. Is Are things rippling after this got filed, Gina H? I was just talking with a emailing with a local right before I came on. So nice. You guys are all so wonderful. It's a shame that you're all going through this. It really is. Let me keep reading a little bit and then I'll go right back. It is very sad. No, he does not deserve this drama. He's getting lost again because of the game playing and people thinking they're untouchable. And I guess, you know, underestimating Dog and Nick and making fun of them and putting out all the memes and the jokes and the boxing gloves towards them and come on guys, come on, let's see what you can do. It's all talk. Well, just because they got quiet because of what was going on didn't mean they weren't digging and weren't doing. And we see that, right? So I'm very glad. Hi, Brandy and Indy. Good to see you. Donna 66. So I'm so glad that they pulled the punch. They put, they not only did they add to the reward, Dog, now they came out with this. There will be a press conference Tuesday. Okay, let me go ahead and go back. Rosebud, hello. Rubber meeting the road. I like that. Yeah, it's all there. They have the document, they have 20 days to respond. They have 20 days to respond, and they have to tell their audiences, you know, prove that they've told their audiences, backed him off. We're going to get to all of it, and taken everything down that was defamatory or threatening, or and they're not allowed to crowdsource for super chats, Apple, anything for any of their legal fees. Hi, Holly S. So good to see you all. Okay, I'm going to go back in and we're going to continue reading. If I've missed a comment, yes, Tony came on right after that, and I'm glad he did because Seth was at his wit's end because he was being pecked and poked by, in my opinion, Mr. Proudfoot. And remember when they met at the vigil, and they were going to work together. And then Seth really wanted that so badly that he told everyone else, remember what he said, not because he really wanted everyone else to, what, it's because he needed that a lot. He needed that ally. He needed that ally and desperately. He's desperate, and he was even willing to say that and go that far to have their alliance, and then it never happened. And then he went on News Nation, and that we're going to watch that News Nation. I wrote that down. We're going to watch that News Nation interview, some of it together, because it is absolutely such an insight into what he had been in. Welcome in, everyone. Thank you all for being here. Grandma, are you doing okay? Joey, hello. Skip to the Lou. Gina H. I'm going to get back to it. You've got Grandma in here. Modding. And Grandma, just shoot me a text if you need me. I'm going to go back over. Okay, friends, this is quite a detailed timeline, and we're learning quite a lot from it, aren't we? On September 4th, 2024, plaintiffs bolstered the FBI reward with an additional $50,000, raising the total to $100,000. A true copy press release from At Night and One World Corp is attached, Exhibit 21, and incorporated by reference herein. Hold on a second, friends. I'll be right back. Sorry about that, friends. Potty break. Okay, let me get back to it. So we talked about, on September 4th, plaintiffs bolstered the FBI reward with an additional $50,000, raising the total to $100,000. Exhibit 21, which is a press release from At Night and One World Corporation. One World is an intelligence agency, by the way. At 3:31 p.m., and we can look into some of the, if you haven't looked into At Night and One World and things like that, we can look into that. And we're also going to read Stephen or SF Investigates response, because he kind of responded for the other side. So two sides, right? This is one, we're going to read the other. At 3:31 p.m. that same day, which is September 4th, plaintiff Dwayne, Dog the Bounty Hunter, Chapman announced the increased reward on his social media platforms, capturing nationwide attention. A true and correct copy of the article from TMZ announcing Dog's involvement is attached here to Exhibit 22. A lot of new audiences came when Dog came. You know, we have our true crimers here in YouTube and people who watch YouTube and follow the missing kids and missing people in crime on YouTube and through social media. But there's a lot of people who didn't know about Sebastian. I mean, I'm in Arizona and no one knows about Sebastian unless I tell them, quite frankly. But there's a lot of people, and Dog brought a new audience, a different audience, a a television audience, people who followed him for decades. So he brought that audience, and I'm just grateful. We should all be grateful. That's why I love this document, is because it answers that question, why? I kept saying, why? I don't understand why people would do this when a child's missing. And this document answers why. Because there is an organized criminal element going on to keep people hindered, intimidated from searching, harassed, and a lot more. So let's keep going and let's find out what all it is. Okay. On or about September 5th, 2024, plaintiff Dog Dwayne Dog the Bounty Hunter Chapman, joined by plaintiffs Mr. Rogers and Tony Mathis, appeared on News Nation with Ashley Banfield, declaring their belief that Sebastian was alive and would be found. That's I remember the feeling, right? After over 6 months of nothing, really hearing nothing. Just, we don't have any evidence that he walked out. We don't know what we don't know. There is no evidence of foul play. There isn't evidence that there isn't foul play. It was very frustrating. So when they announced this, it was just true excitement and hope. I became so hopeful, and I'm just so grateful. I'm glad Nick's a part of our community. I'm glad they're a part of this case. I feel badly that Nick the Hat, you'll hear what happened to him if you have not, and it's just wrong. And I don't understand, when they got a cease and desist, why that wasn't enough to stop. Because now look what they've done to their lives, possibly, allegedly, right? Remember, they have a right to defend themselves and the claims. But boy, do they have the evidence in this document. This document that I'm reading to you is 83 pages long. There's another 18-pager that's like a summary of this, not all the details, shortened timeline, etc. Okay. So they came in on September 5th, declaring their belief that Sebastian was alive. Now, I wonder, they had said that was because there was no proof of life afterwards. No proof of death, excuse me. And I also wonder if the FBI flyer that said runaway, leading to believe that he's alive and well, or alive, also contributed to that. But this detail is wonderful. So they declared their belief that Sebastian was alive and would be found. It was such a great day. September 10th, 2024, at night, emailed the U.S. Department of Justice, IOD/SOIB Missing Child Unit, to inquire about Form USM 641. And I looked that up after Nick had mentioned it, which activates the assistance of the United States Marshals Service. Now, friends, that was only about 5 weeks ago. So it doesn't mean they're not coming. I don't know how long it takes to activate them, but I'm sure they're in the midst of the field doing things. We know they were doing Operation We Will Find You. They came in, remember they did that was the one Operation We Will Find You where they went into the 8 states, Arizona being one of them. Was Tennessee one of them? No, Tennessee was not. That's right. I wish Tennessee had been one of them. So, will the Marshals, will the U.S. Marshals, take it outside. Will the U.S. Marshals Service get involved? I sure hope so. Or maybe I even hope that there won't be time because this will be solved that quickly. Someone said something yesterday that and it was obviously an opinion, that this will be solved within a month, but I don't want to have that hope, right? Within the hour, Katie Akame, resource director for the United States Marshal Service in Washington, D.C., provided the form to At Night, which was later sent to Agent Simmons at the TBI. Did they submit it to the Marshals? Within the hour, she provided them the form, which was later sent to I wonder if it was submitted by Agent Simmons or if they submitted it and sent him a copy. On September 10th, 2024, plaintiff Bullhorn Betty appeared in court for allegedly violating a protective order issued by the Proudfoots, citing, and says hashtag Chris Proudfoot, and accusing her of being a nuisance to their privacy. And we're not going to comment on creators, please. None of them. Let's just make general statements. Let's just stay out of it, please. I appreciate you saying, in my opinion, I appreciate how classy you're keeping the chat. You're letting Grandma enjoy you, chat with you instead of having to man the troops. I appreciate you all so much. And this is what Sebastian deserves, is the focus on him. And they're roaring, let me tell you. So that is them being a nuisance to accusing her of being a nuisance to their privacy. Exhibit 25. And she was out there hanging up flyers. If you don't know, Step Socks and her got into some sort of she was being followed. Twice he was behind her. I saw the video footage. And so it was a whole mess, and claiming they are afraid of her. So my answer to that will always be Sebastian was afraid. Sebastian was half the size of someone who tormented him, allegedly. That's fear, not someone. Let's get off it. Okay, so I just think it's wrong. Someone who was trying to help. And yes, I told you all that we have someone in the community who's, I believe she's 70 years old and was putting up flyers. She lives in Tennessee, and she realized as she was putting them up, someone was taking them down. So that just blows my mind. Just blows my mind. Makes no sense. But this document makes sense. It tells you why. It makes sense now. They filled in the question mark for me. It is because there is an organized criminal element that is plotting, allegedly, doing this. Okay? It is their goal to do this. On September 16th, this is what the document is putting forth, by the way, allegedly. On September 16th, 2024, defendant barbecue lady received a cease and desist letter addressing her defamatory conduct, which included numerous violations of federal law, and related criminal behavior. A true and correct copy of this letter is attached as Exhibit 26. Interesting. Is she a YouTuber or just a TikToker? I don't watch her. I do I work full time like many of you do too. I work full time. I'm a teacher, and I don't have time to watch that because it doesn't give me any benefit in helping to find what happened or where Sebastian is. So I don't watch it. So is she on just TikTok or does she have a YouTube channel too? I thought it was YouTube, but someone had said to me it was TikTok. And then I'll come back in a little bit. On September 17th, Judy Coleman, Esquire, aka Judy the lawyer, on TikTok, responded to the cease and desist demand on behalf of defendant barbecue lady. At no time has her conduct extended to active interference in any legal or investigatory process. The demand that she ceases protected speech under guise of obstruction allegations is unfounded and without legal merit. A true and correct copy of this response is Exhibit 27. They come in later and say that that's exactly what they say, is that this this enterprise, criminal enterprise, has blocked people from coming forward, has intimidated people, has affected something with affected investigators process. It's coming up. So kind of every angle with the law enforcement, with witnesses, alleged people, witnesses, people searching, people raising awareness, you name it. Okay. And it's just covering the whole spectrum. Okay. So at no time has her conduct. So they're saying she has the right to speak. Your guise of obstruction allegations, which I find really sad, is because it's true that it's been obstructed. We've watched the search be obstructed over and over and over and over again. People leaving, people coming, people with such great intentions and then leaving. Remember Joe Petito? He even got threatened. Okay, Attorney Coleman, so that's the TikTok lawyer, further asserts that Miss Defendant Barbecue Lady is actively conducting her own search efforts with a dedicated team, fully supported by the Proudfoot family. So here they're mentioned again. Let me see. Bullhorn Bunny in court. Yep, this is 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, fourth time they've been mentioned in here. So by putting them fully supported by the Proudfoot family. So now they say Miss Barbecue Lady is conducting her efforts. They're saying she's part of a criminal element with a dedicated team. Probably some of the 50 people, Janes and Does, and supported by the Proudfoot family. So that brings allegedly the Proudfoot family into that enterprise. This admission, and here it comes, allegedly, in my opinion. This admission only strengthens the allegations made against the defendants in this case, as coordination with the Proudfoots is central to advancing their unlawful enterprise, with social media serving as their primary tool. I will say that again. Miss Barbecue Lady is actively conducting. Oh, Attorney Coleman further asserts that Miss Barbecue Lady is actively conducting her own search efforts with a dedicated team, fully supported by the Proudfoot family. This admission only, that's Exhibit 27. This admission only strengthens the allegations made against the defendants in this case, Barbecue Lady and Granny's Watching, and 50 others, with the Proudfoots is central, as coordination with the Proudfoots is central to advancing their unlawful enterprise, with social media serving as their primary tool. Coming back to see you guys. So, what do you think about that last part? Sebastian Strong, absolutely. I'm going to go back a little bit because I'm behind. Come back. I'm trying to come back to your comments because I love your comments. Yeah, that one phrase, James C., you're right. Sorry it took me so long to get your comment. He never made it. That phrase, in a way, says he never made it home, allegedly. Correct. I gathered that too. He disappeared after he left the Texas Roadhouse and was reported missing the next morning. You know, Brandy and Indy, I hope it does not get worse before it gets better. I think this, I mean, how many more really? I mean, I just can't. They're dealing with federal time and fines if they don't stop. The cease and desist wasn't enough, so they're going for a federal injunction. I hope not. Yeah, reality wins. I agree. It's not smart at all. Guys, I'm about an hour behind, or I'm about 50 minutes behind on comments, but I'm going through them right now. It is not smart. I would be terrified to do that. Final A fatal paper cut. What is slap? Yeah, he came on right at the right time. Yeah, Summer's case is very nasty and dark. Brianna's World, I agree with you. Um, I don't know what slap is, a fatal paper cut. I agree with you. You know, their first interview was with YouTube, but with that comes more than just reporting the narrative, right? It brings in the sleuths, it brings in the psychics, it brings in the searchers, it brings in the divers, all of us. I mean, everyone's got their own talent that they bring to the table. And when you come to YouTube, you get all of that talent. Unfortunately, there is a group that they don't, that's not, they're not offering talent. They're just, nefarious intentions. And what bothers me sometimes is to see Sebastian's face, up while they're doing that. But that's just my opinion. So, I don't know what you're saying, Wilton, about Ellie and, oh, gotcha. I gotcha. Being silenced. Hold on, I'm here. You guys have great comments. Yeah, all Seth Rogers. Thank you. Thank you, Shelley. This is about a man and his son. That's really what this is about. This whole case is about a man who's looking for his son who is missing, vanished, under the supervision of his biological mother, who claims she was home alone. Welcome in, everyone. This is a man who has searched and searched and searched. Like he won't give up, and he shouldn't. JH, welcome in from Hawaii. Yay. Aloha. Well, and there's also a level of confidence, remember, that he won't be found. And so I'm hoping because of that level of confidence, let's believe him. Okay. So I'm hoping this will lead to the people who did something, whatever, if someone, whoever. So we know what happened. I think that's going to be, I'm not that I'm a professional, but I think that's going to be the piece is someone reports it's finding one person speaking up now that there might be comfort that this is going on, that they're safer to speak up. Yes, everyone's getting run off. Yeah, Seth has had a time, but now he's got a team, and he's got a powerful team, and they know powerful people. I'm glad you're here, JH. Oh, have a good time, Reality Wins. Have a good time. Mm-hmm. Hi, Della. Yes, great comment. It certainly is. It certainly is. It's going to reveal, it's going to shake a lot's going to come out. I mean, think about this. They are reading these things about the search for a missing boy, the judges. Can you imagine what he's thinking when he sees any content create? I mean, what content creators are doing, but when he, in my opinion, to see family names mentioned as part of it, I can't imagine what the judge is thinking. Holly S, good comment. Mm, I know. James C, he was. They were CPS was worker was told that Seth was not a part of his son's life because they didn't want Seth to know what was going on. Hi, Abby Doodle. They didn't want Seth to know what was going on. So they hid that from him. And Seth had to get an attorney to get those CPS records about his own son from alleged, from a step parent, allegedly. We don't know what's in it, but he is. I went back because I thought, is this the news that Tony and Seth were talking about the other day? And it doesn't seem it is. So it seems the other does have to do with those reports. So I thought maybe this was the shocking news because this was shocking. It is heartbreaking. Well, I think a lot of things are going to get. I hope, Rhonda Moses, a lot of things are going to be. And thank you so much for being a member, Rhonda. I think a lot of things, my friends, are going to be investigated now. This just, I think, cracks it wide open. Please hit that like button if you would, friends. Hit the like button. Yes. Yes, I do remember that movie, Wilted Lettuce. Ah, that was a good movie. I hadn't seen that in a long time. Hi, Karen Powers, Royal Blue. Oh, really? Gina's local, by the way. The news reporters had a group chat of all the threats they were getting. They were afraid. Oh, my goodness. Della, are you talking about 500K in fines? I know it said 250 and most could be doubled up to 20 years in prison. It does. I bet it does. I bet they do have that movie, Wilted. Shelley, I think that is just, I agree with you. Really nice to see so many loving people in this chat. Really, really. Hey, if you haven't seen I put out a shirt for us. It says Hope, Peace, and True Crime. And I put that out. That's my first shirt. And I put that out, and it has a lavender heart at the bottom of it. But hope, peace, and true crime. Just to remember, keep hope. We need to keep the peace, and it's not worth anything else. But go check it out if you want to. I think it's pretty cool. But hope, peace, and true crime. We don't need all that other. So nice to see so many loving people in this chat. Absolutely. I agree. I agree. Okay, so Shelley Klein, welcome in, and I'm going to catch you up a little bit. Tony is a plaintiff, along with Bullhorn Betty, along with Seth Rogers, Nick the Hat, Dog the Bounty Hunter, and a few other content creators. They have filed a Rico, which is a federal injunction, and then a Rico, which is a racketeering and corrupt organized crime. Let me get the exact name for you. Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organization Act, which is type of organized crime that involves a pattern of illegal activity for profit. So racketeering, and it is against Barbecue Lady, Granny's Watching, who are content creators on YouTube, and 50 plus other, let me make sure I get the wording right, 50 plus other inclusives. So far, the other names that have been mentioned in the impediment and obstruction of the search and supporting the criminal enterprise, we have Barbecue Lady, we have Granny's Watching, and we have Chris and Katie Proudfoot's names have been mentioned as far as supporting the enterprise, being central to the enterprise being successful. And that's where we're at, Miss Shelley Klein. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Eileen, for sharing that. No, Tony's not in trouble. He's one of the plaintiffs. And they lay it out. Hi, Renee Marie. So good to see you. Guys, I'm way behind. 50 plus people inclusives. Hi, K-Mac. How are you? Welcome in. Welcome in. Yeah, everyone who's been harassing, sending threats, saying horrible things about Seth, running people off, doxing people, obstructing finding a missing child, endangering the child because time is of the essence because the FBI they're saying him as a runaway, meaning they believe he's alive, which means time is of the essence and they're getting in the way and slowing things down intimidating people. I'm gonna get to Nick. I didn't know that. I don't know that, Gina, but I do know it lays out in here where he's been. Yes, James C. It's sad it had to, but it's why it had to, right? Come down to this. I know. Reality wins. Me too. And we're gonna play that. We'll play that also. We played it yesterday, but we'll play it again. I was shocked right after Nick posted all this stuff got posted shortly after he posted a video of, I don't even know who the person was talking on the video that he posted because I don't watch them. So if anyone knows who that was, let me know. Um, but they were saying, well, you can't keep me from fundraising and things like. I would be terrified because I do they realize the level this is at now? I mean, that's scary. It is not a joke. That's right. What's the motive for harassing the searchers? That's a good question. What they're saying is their criminal element, that is their goal, is to obstruct and harass the searchers and get in the way of finding Sebastian Rogers. Stupid is as stupid does. Okay, so I'm still a little behind. Hi, Linda Timmons. And I'll catch up in a little bit. I want to. There's also Chickasaw State Park close to Memphis. Has that been searched, Pale Rider? Okay, I'm going to go back over, my friends. Tiffany Machete. Oh my goodness. Is that because he said machete like that? That is so funny. Yeah, Tiffany, I heard that. They are often, I mean, 98% conviction rate. It's a very serious, you have to prove your innocence, and they have so much evidence allegedly proving the opposite. I mean, you all probably seen a lot of it. Oh, is that the Karen Powers? Is that the search where they shut it down real quick after the dog reacted? I hope they remove their channels too. It's not true crime. It has nothing to do with content awareness. I think I agree with you. Their channels should be gone. I don't know why the parents would decline. I thought that was weird too, to have someone help them, a intelligence agency and a media agency, and they bring legal, they bring media, they bring all of it. Searchers found all the resources. It is despicable. Okay, I'm going to go back over. Yes, Holly. Yes, that's coming up. They torn them apart, and I didn't know any of this till reading this. So let's get back to it. I'm at about 11:40 as far as comments go, and I don't want to miss any of them. Okay, so we are on 49. We finished it where barbecue ladies searching with um, the Proudfoot family support. That same day, the undersigned served a cease and desist demand to Illuminati as she continued to propagate hateful rhetoric. A copy of the cease and desist letter is attached here too as Exhibit 28. On that same day, Barbecue Lady used the cease and desist letter shown in Exhibit 26 to her advantage by leveraging it to solicit GoFundMe donations under the false pretense of being silenced from covering the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers. A true and correct copy of the GoFundMe page created by Barbecue Lady on September 17, 2024, Exhibit 29. Yikes. That evening, the undersigned replied to Attorney Coleman's letter Remember the TikTok lawyer? Reiterating the demand that her client cease and desist from the reckless behavior. A true and correct copy of the email to Attorney Coleman is Exhibit 30. Shortly before 8 p.m. on September 17th, Attorney Coleman emailed the undersigned, writing, I have never made a post or video of any kind on the Sebastian Rogers case, so I am wondering if you actually watched any of the posts on the account linked in your email. I have never removed a post about it either. I have not commented at all, as I am a moderator for a different creator and agreed not to address the case at all since Mr. Mathis's involvement. I have kept my word on that. So, true and correct copy, Exhibit 31. So that is about that the client cease and desist. However, this statement is demonstrably false. Attorney Coleman has advised Barbecue Lady about raising funds, as evidenced in the following exchange. Barbecue, and they give the timestamp. Or that might want to, donate to it. Attorney Coleman, 0.04. Yeah, there's lurkers like me that, are going to be driven over to your GoFundMe page, your GoFundMe campaign. So it's like, this is brilliant. Thank you. This only helps. And 2, regularly participates in panels and discussions. They're talking about the attorney on the very channels being brought forth before this court. A true and correct copy of these interactions, Exhibit 32. Between September 17th and September 20th, 2024, Attorney Coleman assisted defendant Barbecue Lady in locating legal counsel to defend against this matter. She also continued to email the undersigned, emphatically distancing herself from any direct involvement in harmful activities, including harassment, incitement of interference, or inappropriate remarks. Okay, so if she did that, if Barbecue Lady did this between September 17th and September 20th, apparently it hasn't stopped. Is that obviously it hasn't stopped? Is that, but why not stop? If you're saying I'm not involved, if they're claiming you're involved in harmful activities, harassment, incitement of interference, and inappropriate remarks, I would be making sure, in my opinion, I don't know, I would be, that I wasn't doing those things if I'm saying I'm not. So I don't know. I don't watch her, so I'm sure she's continuing because we're here we are, right? Allegedly. She claims she did not participate in specific live streams, denies making public comments about the Sebastian Rogers case, and demands that defamatory statements about her cease. Attorney Coleman routinely participates in the enterprise. Here's another one. So now we have Attorney Coleman. According to this, the central to the enterprise being a successor of the Proudfoots. Now we have Barbecue Lady, Granny's watching, and Coleman, who participates in the enterprise by representing various members, ensuring that victims are discouraged from seeking legal recourse through the courts. So a true and copy court of a photo showing Coleman on a panel with Barbecue Lady, along with enterprise members, Jane Does 1 through 5, is attached. Exhibit 33. The individuals featured are Brat Norton. Enterprise members 1 through 5. So now we've got these guys, okay? We've got Brat Norton. I'm writing it down. I don't even know who that is. Brat Norton, C.I. Katie, Jill, Bowden Movin'. I've seen that one. Bowdy Movin'. Sorry guys, I'm writing it down so we have the list as they're mentioned. and character analysis. So far they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 are mentioned. Okay. Those are people are all active on TikTok. During this specific live session, Attorney Holman participated in a panel that was doxing a victim, referred to her as Oceans to prevent further exposure of her identity. During the live, it was stated that, quote, someone supplied them with info on Chase and Tony, end quote. Wow, this is so serious. On September 18th, instead of accurately representing the nature of this legal communication, defendant Barbecue Lady engaged in a GoFundMe campaign to raise $25,000, falsely claiming the funds were required for a federal attorney's retainer to defend against litigation. Defendant Barbecue Lady publicly stated, "Yeah, I do have a GoFundMe for $25,000. And gave the timestamps. I'm retaining a federal attorney, and the retainer is $25,000. A true and correct copy of the 2-hour, 17-minute audio version of Defendant Barbecue Lady discussing this on a live stream is attached in Exhibit 34. Wow. So someone put out some clip, and I don't know if it was her, and it said, yeah, if I can raise 22,000 in under an hour, I can do this or something. And I don't know who from here, if any of them that was. I don't know their voices. I don't know them. Despite these assertions, no lawsuit has been filed against defendant Barbecue Lady as of the date of her statements. Her statements that she was needed $25,000 for a federal attorney. Her false characterization of the cease and desist letter, and that's what it was, a cease and desist, as litigation was a deliberate attempt to deceive her audience into donating money under the pretense of impending legal action. When pressed by her audience about the nature of her legal troubles, defendant Barbecue Lady repeatedly implied that she could not disclose details due to ongoing litigation. I can't discuss any of the details, end quote. Quote, I'm trying to think of my verbiage because I know everybody's watching and like to twist my words, end quote. And that's Exhibit 34. These statements were made to create an aura of secrecy and urgency, misleading potential donors into believing that defendant Barbecue Lady was involved in active, significant legal proceedings when in reality, she had merely received a cease and desist letter, a non-litigation communication demanding that she stop defamatory conduct. And I don't know why they always make fun of the cease and desist that they receive, because this is what it leads to when you do that, right? I gotta open another little. I'm drinking the mini Diet Coke, so this is why my second one. Defendant Barbecue Lady attempted to distance herself from the GoFundMe by claiming somebody made the GoFundMe on my behalf and wrote the whole thing, and it was witnessed with an attorney. See Exhibit 34. However, despite her admission, defendant Trudy publicly promoted and benefited from the fundraiser. Please hit the like button, my friends. I'd appreciate it. Hit that like button. Give a girl some love. Get this shared. Get this in the algorithm. This is so important. This is important to YouTube, to our whole community too. Sebastian, Seth, the search, to our community, it affects all of us. However, despite her admission, defendant Barbecue Lady publicly promoted and benefited from the fundraiser, rendering her responsible for its fraudulent content. Now, one thing that it says with Rico is they are oftentimes have to reimburse everything that they profited on. So it would be any money they profited on in any way through Sebastian Rogers' case, let's say. And sometimes they even double that, and that they have to return that. So we'll see. It's a lot. The fine's $250,000 and a minimum maximum of 20. There's 20 years in prison. So very serious. And I wonder if they will lose their channels. I mean, YouTube has community guidelines and they talk about following the guidelines all the time, the importance of it. And if there's ever a blatant disregard for the guidelines and the safety of the community, in my opinion, this would be it. And I hope they take those channels down. Just my opinion. It's just a slap in the face to the victims, I think. Okay. So she misrepresented her cease and desist letter as active litigation, which constitutes. Wait, I skipped that one. She misrepresented her cease and desist letter as active litigation constitutes both fraud and unjust enrichment, as she solicited and received funds under false pretenses. Is that the 22,000 or whatever? Is that what they were talking about? That same morning, the undersigned received several concerning reports, including one stating that influencers on YouTube were claiming that my law firm was corrupt. Oh, the undersigned is Joseph Lesniak. On YouTube, were claiming that my law firm was corrupt. This was being broadcast during a live stream. You may have seen Joseph. He was on Mr. and Mrs. E's Crime Cast. Great interview. They did a great job. They do a great job. I stopped in there last night. This was being broadcast during a live stream with, let me start that again. That same morning, the undersigned received several concerning reports, including one stating that influencers on YouTube were claiming that my law firm was corrupt. This was being broadcast during a live stream with creators on the panel openly making these accusations. One of the creators even called my office. The channels identified were Illuminati, Granny's Watching, Queen Bee, and Queen Bee, Exhibit 35. So they were calling his office. Wow. Saying his law firm was corrupt, calling his office, harassing or doing whatever. That's a lot. Wow. Why would you waste time? Further, just think if all those phone calls could have been put towards the effort of finding Sebastian. Think of every hateful statement could have been turned towards a statement trying to inquire and find out about where Sebastian is. Think about how much that could have added to the search instead of taken away from it. We're on 65. It's quite a timeline, huh? We're only hitting September, my friends. Furthermore, I did not consent to having calls to my office broadcast on social media. Ooh, which demonstrates the extent to which these creators are willing to go. Additionally, I experienced a particularly troubling incident when Granny's Watching, this defendant saying, stated during a live stream that she was driving to Media, Pennsylvania with the intent to visit my office. This was perceived as a threatening action. However, following a brief phone call between Ms. Singh and Lesniak, Mr. Lesniak, she subsequently decided to return home. Ooh. See, these are things I didn't know. Did you guys know all this? Before this came out? On September 19th, 2024. These are the channels you should be unsubscribing to, in my opinion, not listening to, because if you listen to them, they think we want to hear this junk. On September 19th, 2024, plaintiff Dog the Bounty Hunter, accompanied by co-counsel, The Honorable Bruce Castor, Esquire, appeared live on court TV during the morning show to discuss the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers during the interview. Mr. Castor made it clear. As a more than 3-decade law enforcement official myself in Pennsylvania, a former district attorney and former attorney general, I understand the frustration local authorities must be feeling. From my own experience, I know that sometimes you need experts like Dog the Bounty Hunter, experts who are willing to give their time and energy to assist law enforcement in doing their job. I was stunned when I learned the facts of this case. And you guys, that's how the judges are, that's the federal, when the federal judge looks at this, if that's what happened, that's what they're going to, stunned. And then, I mean, the fact that family names are in there is most astounding, in my opinion. I was stunned when I learned the facts of this case. A young boy is missing, and the mother and stepfather don't seem to be particularly distraught. I'm sure that's something many people are. I'm sure that's something many people are questioning. This is Bruce Castor. What's also striking is the death threats and threats against safety that the search team, including the dog handlers, are receiving. This is unacceptable. We need to encourage people to step forward, whether they are donating money for a reward or volunteering their time. That's good citizenship, not something to be punished. Yet, some individuals are behaving in ways that, in my opinion, are not good conduct. The people involved in this case, the dog handlers, the team, the entire crew, are doing a tremendous job. If things worsen, I will recommend they take legal action because this situation has become totally unreasonable. Law enforcement and the community working together will solve this crime. A true and correct copy of the court TV audio is attached here too, Exit 36, and incorporated by reference herein, Exit 36. I'll read a couple more and then I'll come over to you all for a minute. That same day, defendant Granny's Watching hosted a 2-hour and 42-minute live stream dissecting the 17-minute interview with plaintiff Dog the Bounty Hunter and counsel Bruce Castor, during which she disregarded the law and its protocols. So I'm sure that will be outlined. What law she disregarded exactly and the protocols. Well, here we go. While Mr. Castor and plaintiff Dog the Bounty Hunter were on national television advocating for the search for Sebastian Rogers, plaintiff Nick the Hat was summoned. This is terrible. This made me so angry. I'm angry for Sebastian. I'm angry for Seth. I'm angry for everyone going through it, but I'm angry about this. Well, Mr. Castor and plaintiff Dog the Bounty Hunter were on their national television advocating for the search for Sebastian Rogers. Plaintiff Nick Hat was summoned to the Pennsylvania Department of Probation and Parole due to an alarming flood of false reports concerning his involvement in the case. And I'm going to stop right there, and I'm going to come back for a second. That's just crazy stuff. I'm going to take a bite of my granola bar and see how you all are. I don't know who I don't know who the other three are. Shelley Klein. Give me initials if you all know. Mm-hmm. Yep. Boom, boom, boom. And I still don't believe it. If I have my phone on me, let me play something for you. If I can find it. Sorry, I took a little nibble of a granola bar. Let me play a little something for you. Oh, I hope it's here still. Hopefully I have it. Come on. I'm going to play that video for you. Oh, did he take the video down? And I'll read to you about the oh, come on. Oh, no, here it is. Okay, and then I will also read to you, remind me about the press conference. Welcome in, everyone. So then, not that this was bad enough to receive, and we're only partially through it, but after this was all came to light, here's Nick on X, Nick the Hat. Just like that, we're back in action. Today we filed a complaint against several online creators who have capitalized on the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers and orchestrated fraudulent GoFundMe campaigns to fund their own lifestyles fueled by hate. Now, this document, you know, them being served, if they had been served yet or not. Just listen to this.
What they say is they list off like 15 people. This attorney,
Yeah, I was reading that.
I don't know who
they try
this is.
saying that we can't fundraise. They can't tell me I can't fundraise. They can't take away. They don't have the right to take away that right. The other thing that they say is they list off like 15 people that they're covering, that their umbrella companies protecting. And I'll tell you what, if you think having them file this on your behalf is going to stop me, you just amped me up, because it's not. It's not for you, BJ. It's not. Not for you. It's not. There is not one. Like they listed when I talked about the accident outside of our house. So what? You spoke about that publicly first. Like there's nothing that they can do. And Molly, you might want to take these off of your paid subscription, please.
So I thought they'd get quiet, you know, but that happened shortly after, you know, and they are, yeah, they can't stop it now. So hello to everyone in here. Mama Nine, thank you so much. Oh, thank you, Mama Nine. That's so kind of you. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you, Reality Wins. Rhonda, yes, someone supposedly called her and she called Seth. Wow. Wow. Trishy, I 818. I hope so too. Yes, please give the thumbs up. Join the family, become a member. Yeah, well, considering it said that they are central, is that what it said? Center or central to the success of the enterprise? They've connected, right? They're connected there. I mean, there's no other way to say that. They've been mentioned throughout the document. How many times so far? Let me get to it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times now. 5 times so far. So I have a feeling these are, by the way, criminal charges. They haven't been charged, but if so, it would be, yes. Or it's civil. This is a civil filing. But it is Rico. So why is it civil? Because when you look it up, it's under civil. James C., are you still in here, my friend? Or Fatal Paper Cut, do you happen to know why was this under a civil procedure, but Rico is federal? Anyone who knows? And I am behind. I'm trying to catch up. I'm an hour behind. Yes, they do love each other. Thank you, Shelley. He's not giving up. Oh, no. I thought you meant the plaintiffs. There's 3 plaintiffs. Thank you, Karen Powers. Thank you for hitting the like, everyone. Well, KMAC, you can turn off super chats. You can turn off your super chats. So if you don't give them an option, they're not there, I guess. I'm curious if they've been officially served too. I saw Nick the Hat in Mr. and Mrs. E's yesterday, and he commented that, oh, let me see if I have it. I let me see what he said. He said they are prepared and ready for trial. We will go to trial if they want to. Injunction will be vigorously pursued for Sebastian's sake. We need help finding him. They're scaring everyone away. You know, this will have a hearing within a month, he said. So lots of good information from him. He said this is an emergency. Deputies will arrive if they haven't already. Barbecue was served by her lawyer. So there's the answer to that. Okay. It's being considered an emergency, and deputies will arrive if they haven't already. And this was yesterday. Barbecue was served by her lawyer. And this is according to Nick the Hat. So there is that answer, my friends. Oh, thank you, Shelley. You know, this is about Sebastian, and I gotta stretch for a second. I'm running on 2 hours sleep because I got into these documents last night, and I was going back over them, just couldn't believe this. This is what it came for, a search for a little boy. And yes, I love all you too, Shelley, because this community, look how kind everyone is being in this community, and how, mature, and we're here for Sebastian. And whether we all agree on anything, we agree that we're here for Sebastian. And I just truly appreciate all of you. Rosa Alicia, hello. I can't wait for the press conference either. Rosa Alicia, you said your statement alleging that Sebastian was spotted at a steakhouse and did not return home on February 25th appears to be an attempt to cover up. Cover up what? Hit. What? I'm not quite sure I understand what you're saying. Cover up what? Like a handoff, and they've covered it up with the rest of the story, allegedly? Yeah, I'm looking very forward to the press conference. They said they're going to discuss the strategies and the next steps. Have you all heard that? Have you all heard the letter? He does. He really does, Ginger Girl. And thank you for saying that, because I just, the hate is horrible. I mean, I've had it directed, people have had it directed at him, and it's not fun, right? But imagine when you're at the lowest point of your whole life because you can't find your beloved. And every day, the only reason you get out of bed is not because you feel like it, because you're lost and you're miserable. It's because you want to for your child. And then you're treated with this kind of hate. It's terrible. I'm going to miss it too, K Mac. When I get home from work, I'm going to watch it with y'all. We're going to watch it as a family. So it'll come on in Tuesday night. It'll probably be about, let me think, what's Eastern time from Arizona time. Let me give myself some time. It'll probably be between 8 and 9 Eastern time on Tuesday. We'll watch it together. I hope someone captures it. Can someone here capture it for me while I'm at work? Slight intermission. Okay, Grandma. Oh, you already took it probably in our back, huh? Misty Fisher, hello. Welcome in. We are here. I'm so glad to hear that. So Misty's here. Welcome her in, friend. She's new to the channel, searching for other channels who are all about finding Sebastian and not about the drama. So glad to hear that. Thank you so much. Well, we're glad you're here, Misty. Welcome. Welcome in. Glad you found us. Glad to hear people are looking for options now. This is great. Misty, welcome. Ginger Girl says some great stuff. You all do. You're all smart. Oh, thank you, Karen Powers. You're all so amazing. Yeah, he's been beat down. He just, like I said, we're gonna watch that News Nation one together too. Not today, because we've got this to go through. Delina Shaw, hello. Absolutely. If someone took him and harmed him, or has done this, or who has taken him and harmed him and done this allegedly, absolutely, they're monsters. And you cannot give me one motive that would make this okay. Yeah, I am surprised with. Oh, I'm glad some of your peeps are here. Oh, good, Misty. I'm glad. I'm glad. Make yourself comfortable. This is kind of a long one today going through it. Plus, I'm trying to also be able to chat with you during it. It could be. It could also be that that's the last proof of life. So they're saying he disappeared after that. Because that's the last proof of life they have. So that could be why they're saying he disappeared after the Texas Roadhouse. It's because they're saying that's the last time we know he was alive. Everything else has changed, been omitted, been added, etc. Misty, you're cute. Spread the word. I am in Arizona. Oh, Misty, you are too? Cool. Go to my email and reach out to me. We'll get in touch. That's awesome, Misty. I'm gonna write that down. And write down where y'all are from if you want to. I'd love to see it. Love to see where you're from. Hmm. Yes, they do need to investigate. There's going to be a lot. And now, now this is at such a serious level, I believe. And with parents' names mentioned in this, let's see what the other side has to say too. But I think what it's here, in my opinion, this legal motion is only showing the lower level of criminality in Sebastian's investigation. Oh, okay. So you think there's layers, Ginger Girl? Hi, Ginger Snap. I'm trying to catch up. You all have such great ones. So, Ginger Girl, you think there's layers? Yes, a fatal paper cut. I appreciate you being here too, and your comments are amazing. We learn so much from them. Welcome into you if I didn't say that. Hi, Michelle. How you doing? Great to see you. Good to see you. It's been a couple days. I hope everything's been okay. You were the only one out of the loop. They were hiding it from you. Yes, feel free to join memberships, please. We have memberships, we have supers now, and we are up and running. I have our first shirt out. It says, in honor of all staying away from the drama, which we do here at Crime Time Buzz. It is hope, peace, and true crime. So take a look at it. I'll share it with you in a second. Actually, I'll share it with you real quick. I think it's super cute. I can't wait to get mine. Let me see. Did I not? Maybe I don't have it up. I thought I had it up. Oh, I do. Can you all see it? It's love, peace, and true crime with a lavender heart below it. I heard that too. We just heard it. Holly S. It's shocking. Hope floats. Welcome in. I wonder if the head pearl knows about this creator. Are you talking about Moyer River? Are you talking about Clutch them? Hi, Miss Q. So those are the shirts. Hope, peace, and true crime. Because we need hope, we need peace. I'm going to stop sharing that. We need hope, we need peace. In true crime, we do not need all this hate. We need to support each other. Okay, let's get back to our document. Sorry I'm behind, but before I get off of here, I promise I will get to all your messages. If you need to get another snack, fill up your drink, use the bathroom, feel free. We'll be here waiting. We're only on page 19 of 83. Okay, number 70. And Michelle, the babies were barking. The fur babies were barking a little bit in the beginning. Right now they're sleeping, but you'll hear them probably in a little bit. These reports, okay, so let's see. Oh, yeah, so here we are with Nick. So he got called to the Pennsylvania Department of Probation. He was summoned, probation and parole, due to an alarming flood of false reports concerning his involvement in the case. These reports spiraled into outlandish allegations, suggesting that Mr. Hatt had made repeated contact with Christopher and Kate Proudfoot. So that was an outlandish allegation. And even more bizarrely, that he had traveled to Tennessee with Dog the Bounty Hunter in an attempt to kidnap individuals and inject them with truth serum. Oh my goodness. All in a supposed effort to extract confessions. Oh my gosh. This fantastical narrative, worthy of a conspiracy theory, prompted unwarranted actions by the authorities despite the absolute falsity of the claims. Isn't that sad? As a result of these unfounded reports, Mr. Hatt, Nick, was slapped with extraordinarily restrictive and irrational conditions by the parole board. I mean, that's just so wrong to do to a person who had the connections, the desire, the talent to help search. First, he was forbidden from working with any law enforcement agencies without explicit written permission from the parole board itself, with the order stating emphatically in all caps and quoted, exclamation point at the end, there are no exceptions. Whoa. So a copy of the order from the Pennsylvania Parole Board barring plaintiff Nick the Hatt from working with law enforcement is Exhibit 38. So how do you work with law enforcement, or how do you not work with law enforcement, right? That's what's coming next. Yes, I was up reading this most of the night. I didn't want to go into it cold with you all for the first time because I wanted to be able to know things, if the or something caught me off guard, I could look it up and know what it is for us and stuff. Then again, we have some smart cookies in this chat that can help us out, right? The absurdity of this restriction is self-evident. That it makes me sick. I was loving his nightly. I was absolutely loving his nightly updates because at least we were getting something, even if it was just talking about Sebastian. Despite Mr. Hat's role in assisting with the search for a missing child, he was effectively barred from collaborating with the very entities tasked with finding that child, local law enforcement, and federal agencies. Such a restriction, particularly in a high stakes situation like this, not only handicaps efforts to locate Sebastian, but also raises serious questions about the motivations behind the enforcement of these orders. Not only handicaps efforts to locate Sebastian, but raises serious questions about the motivations behind the enforcement of these orders. Yeah. And that's a lot of, that's, I have to admit, I heard one or saw something on a thumbnail of one saying they were going to call the parole board, and I couldn't believe it. Adding to the insanity, a second order was issued barring Mr. Hat from contacting Christopher Proudfoot and his family in any form, directly or indirectly, via social media, phone calls, texts, or even through third parties. The language of the order was as severe as the first. Quoted, exclamation at the end, all caps. There are no exceptions. A true and correct copy of the order from the Pennsylvania Parole Board, barring plaintiff Nick the Hat from any contact with Christopher Proudfoot and his family, is attached hereto as Exhibit 39. Wow. As noted by plaintiff, and I'm not sure how to say Hong's last name. I want to say she. As noted by plaintiff Shi and Hong, I'm sorry if I'm butchering it. What makes this all the more incredulous is that the fact that there had been minimal contact between Mr. Hat and the Proudfoots. No more than 3 phone calls in total. And in an ironic twist, I love the way Hong talks, several of those calls have been initiated by Christopher Proudfoot himself. Despite this, Mr. Hat now faces severe restrictions based on nothing more than a web of fabrications spun by individuals intent on diverting attention from the real search for Sebastian Rogers. Wow. A true and correct copy of the sworn declaration of Hong Shi, managing partner of At Night, Exhibit 40. We haven't even gotten to the racketeering, really. There's a lot, my friends. The combination of these conditions, the ban on working with law enforcement, and the restriction on contacting the Proudfoots, is nothing short of bizarre and raises serious concerns about the influence of malicious parties feeding into the narrative. These restrictions, based on fictitious reports, have only served to obstruct the search for a missing child and undermine legitimate efforts to bring justice to Sebastian Rogers. That's so sad. So after this, there's going to be a poll, and I'd like y'all to go over and answer it. I want your insight as to where you think things are. What you think about, harmed, harbored, etc. I just want to know what y'all are feeling and thinking. On September 20th, especially after looking at this is just, I'm shocked that honestly we have an illegal document here. I'm absolutely shocked, and I know it has to be proven, but look at all the exhibits. We don't know if it's going to be. I'm just saying, I'm shocked in a missing child's case, in a legal suit like this, parents' names are coming up. Okay. Okay. So on September 20th, we're now in the 20th, so we're about a month out. News networks reported that plaintiffs Dog the Bounty Hunter at Night and Tony Mathis had issued cease and desist demands to certain content creators. Plaintiff Mathis, oops, something's coming up. Sorry, guys. Oh, are you guys still there? Oh, good. Hold on, I'll have to continue to share it. Oh, good, it's back up. Let me go back. On September 20th, news networks reported that plaintiffs Dog the Bounty Hunter at Night and Tony Mathis had issued cease and desist demands. So at night is also, at night's listed as well as a plaintiff, had issued cease and desist demands to certain content creators. Plaintiff Mathis, spokesperson for Mr. Rogers, emphasized the importance of at night's involvement, stating, they bring a social media team. And this also goes back to why did the mom and stepdad refuse their help? Listen to this. They bring a social media team, they bring an investigative team, they bring a legal team. And those are things that we're all desperately needed. In addition to Dog's passion, well, let's face it, his celebrity, a whole new audience worldwide, and the overall horsepower of his organization, the case has been amplified tenfold just in the last 2 weeks. End the quote. And that was quoting Tony Mathis. So they bring a social media team, investigative, and a legal team. Why would you turn that down as a parent when you can't find your child, when your child is missing? Right? I think Tony Mathis said it on another channel last night. I'm so lost from my nights right now, y'all. I believe it was last night. He said, you do not look for something if you know where it is. And that was what Tony said. And we've heard that said a lot throughout this case. So let's keep going. A true, correct copy of the CBS 42 news article reporting this is Exhibit 41. That same day, hold on, excuse me 1 second. Okay, I'll be right there. I'm going to come back for a second, guys. I hope everyone's remembering to be respectful in the comments. Hi, Lisa B. Always, Beverly Peacock. I'm just trying to get through here real quick and look for some stuff. Thank you, Shelley. Thank you so much. Yes, I was Googling too. I was Googling everything. And yes, we're going to cover SF Investigates response because that's fair that we give them the. Okay, I'm trying to look. I'm trying to get. Hold on 1 second, friends. Sorry, I paused for a second. Pat Fairman, welcome in. We're getting there, Pat. I hope it's got to be. Senior Canine Mom, welcome back. Christina. Charles Myers. Hi, Charles. Good to see you again, Charles. Holly, yes. Christina. Oh, I'm way behind. I am so sorry. I'll look at all the messages later. I'm just trying to catch up real quick. Remember, we're keeping it classy. We don't cuss. We don't. Yeah, anyone acting like that content is hate is gross. You're right. I'm not caught up yet. I was way behind. Hi, CB. Good to see you again. Hi, Victoria. Victoria Burgess, hello. I'm trying to catch up with you all, and then I'll work my way back. Oh, I see some other members in here, Shelley. Okay. Ginger Girl. Justin for All. Welcome in, Justin. Yeah, Justin, I saw that there's a handful of states that it's at the state level as well. Thank you for being here, Justin, and for being a member. Okay, let me get to, am I caught up yet? The day is young. Hi, Harry Hancock. Sorry, y'all. I'm way behind. Hi, Tabby, Alicia Cardwell, Janet Allen. I appreciate y'all so much for being here. Tabby, Trina Dickerson, Pixie Girl 63, 99 Sunflowers, True Crime. Welcome in. Let's read this one. Justin, I don't understand why anyone can hate on an innocent father who is at work, advocates for his child, done everything he can to show public he's innocent. Lie detector publicly, time card, boss confirm. I know it makes no sense. He has been the only one that we've seen of the parents, in my opinion, searching, vigils, rides, media, begging for the FBI. You're right. The time card, the lie detector with Nancy Grace, all of it. He even told them he'd do the truth serum. He wanted it. I mean, just absolutely everything. Oh, Indiana, Ontario, Bama, Norway. Welcome in, Tabby. Hi, Victoria. Welcome in. It's just too much hate. It doesn't make sense in this man. I mean, just getting out of bed when his buddy's gone, right? And then to have to face that when he's just been looking. Hi, Hatter's Madness. I don't know why they do this. Shelley, I don't know. At least just one aura hate in hearts and bully tactics. Yeah. Pure hate in your hearts and bully tactics. Well, Victoria, we're glad that you're in the chat today. I do know you, Justin, under the screen name. You are Clutch the Pearls. I do. Thank you for being a member and for being here and supporting. I absolutely do know ya. I love your shows, all of them. And I hope you're still in here because I'm so far behind. Yes, love him. Love him to death, Warrior River. I watch him when I come home from work. I'll be honest. I turn him on to see what's happened during the day because I know I can listen to it. It's not going to be dramatic. Mm. You to Justin, I'm still watching your channel, love. Just having a lot of problems with my vision. Oh, Shelley, I hope your vision improves. Oh, the Boss Pro. I got you guys. So I was right. Yes, I get what you're saying. That's awesome. He's in the house. CB's here. Well, I hope everything gets improved. Sandy SS, everything improves, Shelley. Sandy SST, welcome in. Yes, you do. Yes, thank you, Justin. It was that horrible rumor that was started. So hopefully we're getting past it. And I always appreciate your support. I really do. You've been so supportive. I am to bear. Hello. Yes, they're Heather and Chloe are mentioned in this, and we'll get going. I just wanted to catch up. I'm trying to get to. There we go. Yeah, because we're not going to deal with any hate today. We're not going to deal with any drama today. So, Grandma, just remove them, please. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you for texting me. I just texted you back. So yeah, go ahead and get them out of here. Thank you. Okay, everyone, we're going to go back to. We are going. Just don't even address them. Grandma, don't even respond to her. Don't even respond. I am here for Sebastian. I appreciate all of your support. Oh, we're just glad you're here, Miriam. Well, Linda, that's such a good question. And put in your opinion. You mean in your opinion, we know. We've seen many people go to be charged by indicted, charged, found guilty without a body. Yes. How Tennessee is, I don't know. I don't know why she would attempt to go to that office. Moni's Smoke, nice to have you in here. Pamela, hello. Yeah, I do appreciate you being in here, Justin. I really, really do. I always appreciate your support. Misty Blue, thank you for being here. Barb Baloo. And I am going to now. You good, Grandma? Hi, Susie at 73. Am I reading that right? And I am going to go ahead and go back to our document. Hi, Tabby. I'm going to go back to our document, friends. It's like chatting with you here and there. Let me get my drink of water. You guys hanging in there okay? Okay, so we got that part. That same day, it was reported that plaintiffs that night and Dog the Bounty Hunter expressed their belief that they, quote, know who is responsible for the disappearance of Tennessee teen Sebastian Rogers, end quote. That's important. They, Dog the Bounty Hunter, and at night expressed their belief that, quote, they know who is responsible for the disappearance of Tennessee teen Sebastian Rogers, end quote, and discussed their plans to assist in tracking down the 15-year-old with autism. That'll be Exhibit 42. However, that afternoon, co-counsel Bruce Castor notified the undersigned, which is Joseph Lesniak, that Dylan McCandless, King, Coulter, and Graham LLP of Butler, Pennsylvania, had entered their appearance on behalf of defendant Barbecue Lady. A true and correct copy of this notice is attached Exhibit 43. On the same day, Dylan McCandless, King, Coulter, and Graham entered their appearance for defendant Barbecue Lady. Attorney Judy Coleman, remember the TikTok lawyer, sent an email that reveals a clear attempt to suppress further discussion about her involvement. In the email, Coleman insists that plaintiffs refrain from discussing her practice, or her clients on social media citing serious missteps in their representations. A true and correct copy of Attorney Coleman's email is attached, Exhibit 44. This pattern has been evident in Defendant Barbecue's previous conduct, and now Attorney Coleman's own correspondence aligns with these methods, contributing to the enterprise's overall strategy, the criminal enterprise's overall strategy of intimidation and legal maneuvering. Noting, now that I have entrusted this matter to Mr. King, I will no longer need to receive copies of any correspondence or emails. I am confident he is more than capable of handling you, and that's underlined, handling you and your clients. However, I respectfully request that your clients refrain from engaging in discussions or making comments on social media about me, my practice, or the clients I represent. They have already made several missteps and represented me in a false light. Please caution them against discussing, responding to, or commenting in any aspect of my professional experience, education, law firm, or clients. I also strongly advise that you and your clients ensure that any future allegations are factually accurate, unlike the incorrect statements made in your previous emails. They should choose their words carefully, underlined, and realize that if this continues, I will have no choice but to retain counsel as well. In the broader context of this case, the enterprise's repeated attempts to use legal mechanisms to intimidate and silence plaintiffs, from cease and desist letters to direct legal threats, fit squarely within the framework of obstructive tactics aimed at impeding the investigation or intimidating individuals. Wow. Guys, this is important. This is really important. On September 30th, 2024, an individual identifying themselves as an FBI postal inspector wearing a badge attempted to question Michelle Klubine after she and her husband, this is Uncle Taco's wife, after she and her husband received constant threats and harassment online. A true and correct copy of the sworn declaration of Michelle Klubine is Exhibit 45. On October 1st, 2024, Kenneth Klubine, aka Uncle Taco, called the Oklahoma City branch of the FBI to report the incident involving the individual posing as an FBI postal inspector. Wow, that's serious. I wonder if they know who it was. So, a true and correct copy of the sworn declaration of Kenneth is Exhibit 46. On October 2nd, plaintiff at night issued a litigation hold via email to all contractors, personnel representatives, social media moderators, public figures, clients, and other relevant parties associated with the search for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. The email instructed all recipients to preserve any materials that could be considered relevant to the case. A copy of this is litigation. Hold email is Exhibit 47. On October 5th, at approximately 7:16 p.m., a white Chevy truck pulled into Plaintiff Hong Shi's driveway, which is hidden from the road. A man exited. Oh, so they pulled into the driveway, hidden from the road. A man exited the vehicle, leaving his door ajar, and began peering into the windows of the home. He knocked on the door. That's scary. He knocked on the door, and after noticing the security camera, quickly left. Oh, so they have footage of it. See sworn declaration of Hong Shi, Exhibit 40. A true correct copy of the video showing the truck arriving, Exhibit 48. B, a true correct copy of the video showing the man walking to the door, Exhibit 49. C, a true and correct copy of the side angle video of the incident, Exhibit 50. D, a true and correct copy of the still photo of the man is Exhibit 51. Oh, I'd love to see that. Here we go with Seth. This is sad and hard to read. So this is what Seth Rogers, father of Sebastian Rogers, has been through. And I'll read some of Seth's and come back to y'all. Defendant, Granny's watching, repeatedly twists Mr. Rogers' words, portraying him as insincere, manipulative, and unfit as a parent. This is not just a personal vendetta, but part of a larger coordinated attempt by the criminal enterprise, to discredit Mr. Rogers in the eyes of the public. And I just cannot understand how. I mean, what more could Seth do? And in comparison to almost nothing, I just don't understand the targeting and attacks. The mocking and distorting of his words served the dual purpose of undermining his credibility and inciting further harassment from defendant Singh's audience. Hold on 1 second. There you go. Hold on. Hit send message. Okay. Encourage purpose of undermining his credibility and inciting further harassment from defendant Granny's Watching's audience. Defendant Granny's Watching mocks Mr. Rogers for stating, quote, "I just want a divorce so I can start again," end quote, turning this into an opportunity to paint him as someone dismissive of his responsibilities. She sarcastically thanks him for quote, being so nice during the divorce, end quote, encouraging her audience to view him as deceitful. A true and correct copy of the sped up 2 times audio recording is attached here to Exhibit 52. The distortion of Mr. Rogers' statements reflects the broader strategy of the enterprise, with defendants Barbecue Lady and Granny's Watching coordinating efforts, that's important, to undermine victims' credibility through mockery, manipulation, and defamation as tools of harassment. Defendant Granny's Watching's persistent sarcasm goes beyond mere commentary. It is a tactic used to diminish Mr. Rogers' character and portray him as trustworthy, echoing the sarcastic attacks frequently employed by Barbecue Lady and other members of the enterprise. Criminal enterprise, where sarcasm is weaponized to belittle and the audience is encouraged to join in the public degradation. "Oh, he's such a good quote. Oh, he's such a good guy. Thank you for being so nice during the divorce," end quote, mocks Mr. Rogers' efforts to present himself as responsible, twisting his words to imply hypocrisy. Exit 52. The use of sarcasm and ridicule aligns with the enterprise's broader strategy of public character assassination. Defendant Granny's Watching's mocking tone not only serves to discredit Rogers, but also to mobilize her followers to further participate in their coordinated defamation. Defendant Granny's Watching actively engages her audience in harassment by prompting real-time reactions and contributions to the defamation of Mr. Rogers. Ooh. Mirroring defendant Barbecue Lady's tactic of encouraging public shaming and transforming private matters like custody and divorce into a public spectacle. Well, like I said, remember, Nick was counting statements a couple weeks ago. So they have a lot. Defendant, hold on 1 second. I gotta look at my phone. Thank you. Defendant Granny's Watching invites her audience to engage in the narrative of Mr. Rogers' unfitness, creating an echo chamber of public judgment. Quote, "Put a 1 in the chat if you've seen the divorce papers. Put a 2 if you did not," end quote. See Exhibit 52. The orchestration of audience participation in defamation exemplifies how the enterprise operates on a broader scale, with defendant Granny's Watching engagement mirroring defendant Barbecue Lady's incitement of followers, making public humiliation central to the group's collective goal of silencing and discrediting their targets. Why would you want to silence the father of a missing child, other than a nefarious reason, in my opinion? Defendant Granny's Watching continually mocks Mr. Rogers' emotional struggles, particularly his trauma from the divorce, aligning with the enterprise's broader tactics of dismissing mental health and personal issues, as seen in the targeting of plaintiff Bullhorn Betty, and others, thereby reinforcing the strategy of belittling victims' emotional distress. Defendant Granny's Watching dismisses Rogers' claims of trauma, sarcastically suggesting, get a therapist because it is years later, sir, and you're still not healed, end quote, making light of his emotional pain. See Exhibit 52. The mockery of trauma across multiple victims demonstrates a continuous and repeated pattern of behavior by the enterprise, with defendant Granny's Watching's consistent dismissal of mental health aligning with defendant Barbecue Lady's similar treatment of plaintiffs, highlighting the orchestrated nature of the enterprise's psychological harassment. So they're using words like orchestrated, coordinated to show that it's a working organization. Defendant Granny distorts the legal context of Mr. Rogers' custody and divorce issues by falsely implying that he was deemed borderline abusive, end quote, by the courts, a deliberate misrepresentation that aligns with defendant Barbecue Lady's similar tactics of distorting legal proceedings to mislead the public and discredit plaintiffs, illustrating how the enterprise manipulates legal narratives to harm their targets. Defendant Granny falsely claims Mr. Rogers states that the courts, quote, Mr. Rogers states that the courts deemed him borderline abusive, end quote, which no such legal finding exists. This intentional misrepresentation serves to undermine Mr. Rogers' credibility and paint him in a negative light. See Exhibit 51. The deliberate distortion of legal facts by defendant Granny's Watching is part of the broader enterprise strategy seen in defendant Barbecue Lady's campaigns. The use of false legal claims to discredit victims shows a coordinated effort to manipulate public perception and attack the reputations of those who challenge the enterprise. Defendant Granny's Watching uses Mr. Rogers' divorce and custody battle as a key point of attack, twisting the narrative to portray him as an unfit father and husband. So this is everything he is going through alongside of having no idea where his son is, being told there's no proof he's ever left the home, no scent, no proof. He can't find him, and he's searching for him alone, and he's gone through all of this. Well, he is strong to not have piped off by now as soon as he got some of that stuff in his possession that he has. He has a lot of self-control. This tactic of weaponizing personal legal matters is commonly employed by the enterprise, turning private family issues into public spectacles to discredit and humiliate. Defendant Barbecue Lady has similarly exploited family disputes in her attacks on other plaintiffs, indicating a shared strategy with the enterprise. See Exhibit 52. Defendant Granny's Watching mocks Mr. Rogers for allegedly seeking alimony and being a, quote, nice guy, end quote, during the divorce, stating, quote, you asked for alimony, but you were so nice, end quote. This sarcastic remark is designed to undermine Mr. Rogers' character by deframing his actions as hypocritical. I'm going to read a couple more and come back over to you guys for a little bit. Defendant Granny's Watching's focus on Mr. Rogers' divorce aligns with defendant Barbecue Lady's broader strategy of using personal legal matters as a tool for defamation, reinforcing the organized and continuous nature of the enterprise's attacks. All those words they're putting in there, organized, coordinated, continuous, are very important. Defendant Granny's Watching often resorts to baseless speculation to further undermine Mr. Rogers' credibility, implying drug use, neglect, and irresponsibility. Defendant Granny's Watching encourages her audience to view Mr. Rogers as a flawed, untrustworthy figure. These speculative attacks mirror defendant Barbecue Lady's false accusations against other plaintiffs, where unfounded allegations are presented as fact to sway public opinion. See Exhibit 52. Defendant Granny's Watching falsely implies that Mr. Rogers is hypocritical regarding his stance on medication. Quote, but you sure as F, I'm not going to say it, had no problem taking those pharmaceutical medications for yourself, end quote. Ooh, yikes. Okay, I'm gonna come back to you guys for a minute. Wow, that was a lot. Um, they really. Oh, hi, Missy. I'm glad you're back. Are you guys hanging in there? Let me come to catch up, and I'll have to work my way back. Oh, Pamela, I'm so glad you joined. Welcome to the family, Pamela. Thank you. Yeah, I am to bear. I would have to agree with you, and I'm behind again a few minutes now, a little caught up. But I would think they would know who that was since they have all the video footage and angles. I agree. Yes, green hearts for Sebastian. Hi, Robin. It's a lot, isn't it, Robin? Kai, I feel this is going to be hard to prove as an enterprise. We will see, right? We will see. Oh, Pamela, I'm so happy you joined. Miss Tiffany Black, welcome in. Elaine. I'm trying to read some of this. Okay, I think that the facts that the fully searching came suspiciously from part of their enterprise after the Republic called out. Yeah. This has been a real mess, hasn't it, Grandma? Hi, Mr. E. Welcome in. So glad to see you. So glad to see you. Welcome in. Enjoyed your show last night. Yeah. I'm just going through your comments. Yes, it was such a wonderful show last night, Mr. E. James C., I'm glad to see you're still in here. So this is really serious, friends, and I think it's just important for our entire true crime community. I mean, to realize that, you know, first of all, the heed warning, second of all, not to take it this far, third of all, we all just need to, make sure we keeping our focus on Sebastian. Hi, Brenda. Keeping our focus on Sebastian. And like I said, we're not covering this because of the dramatic effects of it. We're covering this because it pertains directly to Sebastian and the search for him. I want to see the question. Why this here? I'm going to come up here because this. Why couldn't the Sumner County Sheriff's Office activate that form by U.S. Marshals on their own? I believe they could have CB. I believe they could have. Why they didn't, that's a I'm not sure. I can't answer that. But yes, they could have. It's called the request for I want to say request for police assistance, but that's FBI. Yes, they could I'm sure could have. That's a very good question why they didn't actually. I hope the US Marshals do get involved. That just ups our chances of locating Sebastian or finding out what happened. It could take years, oodles of money. Apparently, fighting these kind of accusations this Rico is very expensive. It is not going to be cheap. And they did put in there that they can't do any super chats, fundraising, any crowdsourcing, anything like that for their legal fees. Correct, Caddy G. That's yes. 8 months later. Without even hazmat suits. It is, James C. I agree with you. Just Ice for Inno. Hello. I hope I'm saying that right. Just Ice for Inno. It doesn't make sense. It's like a circuit. If we saw a movie like this, we would say, no, this is too unbelievable. These but here it is. Detroit Rock City, hello, welcome in. Thank you for being here. Oh, Hong has big bucks. I would be terrified to go on after this and run my mouth. Do they understand the level of what it's at? I hope so. You want everyone to be able to stop and think and, realize before they go too far, even further. Too far has already happened, in my opinion. They think it's a joke. Well, I that's terribly sad because it unfortunately it could be the joke's on them if they don't take it seriously. Yes, that is the real question. In the Hatter's Madness, that was my question. That was absolutely my question. Okay. And I guess the answer from this is, they're work, they're working together. There's a criminal element working as a group to avoid. And if you have, and the fact that parent names have come into it, but remember, this is one side of it. We'll do SFs, which might have to be later in a different live because this is taking you a while. Yes, please, let's not talk about other creators. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone, for the support. You're so awesome. Hi, Victoria. Glad you're still here. Oh my gosh, they have several hard drives full of evidence. Wow. Detective Sam. The court documents, Sam. I'm going to catch Sam up a little bit and anyone else who's popped in, and then I'll get back to continuing. Is everyone okay? Give me a 1 if you're okay, or a 2. I'm glad someone's dealing with this too, Miriam M, and helping Seth and staying with him. Hi, Yogi. Give me a 1 if you're okay and want to keep going, and a 2 if you want to take a break and come back in an hour or two. Up to you. Hi, Kay Vickery. Welcome in. So, what is happening is, let me answer. Bye, Jill. Good luck at work. Okay, so Barbecue has a lawyer, and I heard she was related, in my opinion. That's what I heard. Related to Brenda, related to who? I don't know, Holly. Yes, that's the thing. I don't know. I really don't know. And I had a great question here, and I really please give us a thumbs up. We work hard on this channel. Let's let everyone else see what we're doing. Sandy SST. I know. I'm so grateful they're doing this. Someone had asked to be caught up. So here's what I'm just going to real quickly. I can't remember who it was, but here goes. These are papers that have been filed by Nick the Hat, Dog the Bounty Hunter, Seth Rogers, Bullhorn Betty, Hong at Night against Barbecue Lady, Granny's Watching, and 50 plus inclusives that are working together in a criminal enterprise, according to this document, in order to obstruct justice, scare people away with death threats, threaten people, harass people, spread false information. They have 20 days to respond and defend themselves to the claims against them. And I believe they have a week to tell their audience, to cool it, to stop, and to take down the incriminating evidence. We are going through the document. There is going to be a news conference on Tuesday at 10 a.m. We here are going to watch it after I get done teaching on Tuesday. Probably, like I said, it would probably be 8 or 9 Eastern time. We'll watch it together. Anyone, are any of you willing to film that while I'm at work for me? Isn't legal fees against GoFundMe terms of service? I don't know, but I know that they mentioned it in here. I am to bear saying they cannot use any crowdsourcing, no super chats, none of that stuff, no Cash App, no Apple Pay. They said nothing for the legal fees. And these fees are quite expensive. And the fine, I mean, $250,000. Hi, Just Ice. So glad you're back. Yes, the Laura Toole, great comment. They do have a special children's unit. They do search for missing children. That's a thing, the US Marshals. Mm, yeah. Well, and hopefully it won't turn people away from helping. It'll just turn the wrong people away, or maybe have them find the right reasons to help, right? Yes, they have a lot of evidence, as this points out. U.S. Marshals have found over 2,000 missing children. They have a special unit. They did that Operation We Will Find You. They did another one recently, and I believe it was in Ohio, and found numerous kids, hundreds. Holly asks, I sure hope you're right. I hope you take that feeling and spread it because we need it. Holly feels like Sebastian's close to being found. I hope so. So yes, those just coming in who are asking if they're involved, the Proud Fits are mentioned in this document, yes, as assisting with the um, criminal enterprise, being the center for the criminal enterprise to succeed. Sumner County, I wonder where they're going to stand with all this coming out. Oh, the members link. I'm sorry. 1 second, Sandy ST. Grandma, can you put the members link in the chat, please, for Andy SST? Thank you, Sandy. Holly Pepper, hello. Giggle the three. Okay, hi, Victoria. I'm glad you're hanging in there with us. Hi, Shelly. So one. Okay, so you want to keep going. Wait, was a one for a break or to keep going? One was to keep going, right? Okay, so everyone wants to keep going. Perfect. Then I'm up for it too. Your wife's in Sam's. That's funny. Sam's can be a very dangerous place. I remember my son and I laughing when he was younger. We go in there for dog food, toilet paper, and came out with night vision goggles and everything. They have the coolest stuff. I do not need a break. I might pause you for just a second so I can make sure the dogs get outside. And I am willing to stick with it, my friends. I absolutely am. Hi, Cheese VR. Welcome in. Della, Karen Alberini. Crazy times. Let me go ahead. Do you guys mind? Jenny Mount, welcome in. I am going to pause, let the dogs out, run to the restroom, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. I'm not going to pause. I'm going to mute myself, okay? And I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Thank you so much. Dogs are happy. They got out. You've been lurking, Jenny Mount. Well, I'm glad you're listening. Glad you're here. Hope work is going well. Let me read your comments. Yeah, they were impersonating a federal postal. Was it a federal postal worker? Agent? That's serious. Yeah, we're going to stick with it. I got you guys. I took my break. I'm now. Oh, Karen, you want to come back later? You want to pick up on a replay? Most of the group seems to want to stay. Come back, and I can tell you where we are timestamp wise. Grandma, were you able to put the thank you, Pamela. Were you able to put the link in the chat, my friend? That Charlie. I don't know who Charlie is. Yes. "20 years. That is a long time, right, Miriam? Trying to put that up there. That's a long time to not take it seriously, in my opinion. James, Seth has that application in, Jay, and the United States Marshal Service has been in touch. Yay! Oh my gosh, that's such good news, James C. Thank you for sharing that. I guess there's twofold for me here is, you know, just stop, right? Don't make it worse for yourself. Don't go to prison over this. And the second thing is the seriousness that's going to, in my opinion, allegedly, because parents' names are mentioned in deterring and obstructing a search. Can there be charges for obstructing? Yes. Oh, the whole document's on Reddit? Oh, thank you, Shelley. Thank you. Grandma put the link up, whoever was asking for it. Oh, the link didn't work on the mobile phone? Grandma, the link didn't work. Oh, I can't wait for Tuesday Reality Wins. I hope you'll come back and watch it with me after I get home from work. Excuse me. Really? Oh, you've got popcorn, Polly Pepper. That sounds good. Yes, they are public record. They are absolutely public record, and they said they're going to be releasing more. I'm Jay. Kai. Jaye is me. Crime Time Buzz. Sandy, let me know how we can help. I'm not great techie wise. You all heard me trying to get Grandma her wrench back. That was that was so funny. There is no reason for the hate, Linda Timmons. I so agree with you. I'm just taking a break with the comments for the reading for a second. And I don't understand it, but this document helps us understand it. There is a criminal enterprise that has a motive for doing this. They're coordinating, they're orchestrating, they're targeting, they're harassing, allegedly, according to this document. All of that is happening. Yeah, it's just so sad. He's been the only parent. Hi, Daniela R. Live is slow with so many interruptions. What do you mean, so many interruptions? Thank you, Grandma. Okay, I'm going to go back to as long as everyone's okay. Oh, Shelley Klein, thank you so much. You're so kind. I so appreciate that. That just means the world to me. Shelley, that just really means the world to me. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Let me go back to the document, friends. I just love spending time with all of you. Excuse me. Okay, so we are on 106, page 28 of 83. The reputation of unfounded accusations across multiple plaintiffs demonstrates a pattern of defamation that is central to the enterprise's racketeering. And for those of you who were not here in the beginning, racketeering, let me go back to my definition. Racketeering is a type of organized crime that involves a pattern of illegal activity for profit. Okay. So, racketeering activities. Defendant Singh, which is Granny's watching, by the way, and Trude is Barbecue Lady. Defendant Singh's speculative attacks align with the broader strategy of spreading false narratives, revealing a clear connection to the continuous and organized effort by defendant Barbecue and Granny Granny's watching to discredit their victims. Their victims. Defendant Granny's watching does not merely mock and insult Mr. Rogers. She actively encourages her audience to join in, fostering a culture of public humiliation. Oh my gosh. Designed to amplify the emotional and psychological harm, mirroring defendant Barbecue Lady's tactic of mobilizing followers to intensify the impact on victims. Exhibit 52. And that does have powerful impact because I haven't really brought it up to you all, but as Justin brought it up, um, that I did have to deal with some of that hate, and for no reason because I had never spoken to any of them, and it was just like, "Hi, Beth Huxley," inundated my inbox. It was horrid, and there's no reason. It's not like I knew anyone. It's not like I was, "Hi, brown eyed girl, great to see you again. It's been a while. Hi, KT." So it's not fun. It makes you feel horrible, you know, myself, kind of sticking to my own here. And it was horrible. And constantly having the comments be about the rumor instead of about me and our content. And it's not easy. I can't imagine that happening to you when you're looking for your child. And that's why I was bringing it up, is just, I thought it was bad and it did bring me down. And I really had to, say a prayer and say, Lord, you're bigger than this. You're bigger than her. You know, help me through this because it's hard. So I feel for Seth. I just can't even imagine being crucified for looking for your lost child. Are we supposed to, in my opinion, are we supposed to applaud and want him to stay home and not search? I mean, look how that looks. That's what we have on the other spectrum, right? So why are we crucifying the one who's out there searching? It just does not make sense to me. Well, I'm glad, Karen, that your granddaughter's out of the hospital, and I hope she's okay. Hope she's on the upswing and doing better. I'm trying to read your. Oh, thank you, Victoria. You are so kind. The rumor is a neighbor, although, well, what rumor are we talking about? I want to know what it is. Grandma, do you have the iPhone link for membership? Grandma, do you have the link for membership? James is wanting to know. I don't even see a join. He's saying, I'm reading James's message. Did you find it, James? Am I right behind? Oh, I'm not so far behind anymore. Oh, Sandy, I'm so glad you became a member. Welcome to the family. Thank you so much. James, I hope you can find it. We'd love to have you be a part of the family. Not that you're not if you're not a member. Don't get me wrong, friends. All of you are welcome. James, see, I didn't see a join button with my iPhone either, but I got on my computer and I could see the join button. Thank you, Sandy, for the clarification. Okay, yes, that is the comment I was talking about yesterday, Holly S. And I am going to put this up here because I want to say something and it's important. We're not going to mention any creator names, but Holly S. said one creator said she hopes Seth did something to Sebastian and her mouth dropped. This is alleged in how, alleged, okay? I received that message while I was at work one day by one of you who was so upset by hearing that. Um, and like I said, I was like, okay, where did you hear it? I'll go listen. And I thought, no, wait a minute. I don't want to know. I said, don't listen to it. I'm not going to give it airtime. Don't give it airtime. And friends, don't listen to them. Unsubscribe. Let's try and get it back to true crime. Well, James, I hope you will because we'd love to have you. You've just been such a wonderful addition. Sunny Days, hello. iPhone users have to open up YouTube in your browser and the join will be there. That's from Sunny Days. Thank you, Sunny Days. Oh, Grandma has a link too that she just put in for iPhone users. She wants you to let her know if it works. Pickle Me Elmo, welcome in. I love that name. Okay. Okay, I think I'm ready to go back to reading. Are you guys okay? I think I'm okay, and I'm caught up on the messages. For anyone I haven't welcomed in, please know I'm so happy you're here. You're here for Sebastian. That's most first and foremost, that Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers is why you're here. I appreciate the focus you give to him, the passion over all the months. And I thank you for being here as well, joining the community, being a part of it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, all of you. It's Saturday. I know there's a lot of things going on Saturday, yet here we are focusing on Sebastian. And you've all been so polite, so kind, so classy, using, in my opinion, and all of that. And I just really appreciate it. Ginger Girl, we will get a few more details, even though they will be redacted very soon, hopefully before the end of the month. I hope so, Ginger Girl. I know at the press conference, they said they're going to talk about strategy and next steps. Okay, let's get back to it, my friends. And I'll come back and talk to you after I get through some of this, okay? Excuse me. Make sure you can see it. Okay, here we go. And this is all for Sebastian. Seth has a team to get him through it, stand by him, powerful people. Yeah, why turn down at night, right? With the legal team, the media team, it makes no sense to me. But you know what else doesn't make sense? And then we're going to keep reading is when the FBI, these are things that bother me. They hurt me, when the FBI, because I always worry, what if Sebastian would hear this? The FBI put up the $50,000 reward. The initial response from the Proudfoots was no comment. And I just couldn't even understand why would you not even at least say thank you? So that they came out and did, yes, but the initial response was no comment. So I don't, it's a lot of things that hurt me. I worry that if he is being harbored, he's going to learn this and it's going to be a lot to come back from, right? On top of the experience. Okay, here we go. Defendant Singh, Granny's watching, calls on her followers to put out your declarations, pushing Mr. Rogers to expose more of his personal life to public scrutiny. This public demand is a form of intimidation and control, echoing defendant Barbecue Lady's similar efforts to humiliate other plaintiffs through the exposure of personal information. The coordinated effort to publicly humiliate victims shows a continuous pattern of racketeering activity, as defendant Granny's Watching's role in encouraging her audience to participate in their harassment demonstrates the criminal enterprise, use of public platforms to amplify harm and silence opposition. Defendant Barbecue Lady's harassment of Mr. Rogers is intricately linked to the broader efforts of the enterprise led by defendant Barbecue Lady and associates. Defendant Granny's mockery, manipulation, false accusations, and incitement of her audience are all part of a coordinated strategy to discredit and defame Mr. Rogers, aligning with the larger pattern of racketeering activity in this case. Now we're to Tony Mathis. Defendant Barbecue Lady frequently discusses her access to resources, referring to it as a chain of command, in quotes. She bragged, quote, I forget the name of it, but it's like the domino effect. The person who originally took the video, leaked the video, and sent it to somebody, then someone sent it to somebody else, end quote. A true and correct copy of the audio version of Defendant Barbecue Lady discussing this on a live stream is attached, Exhibit 53. The domino effect described by Defendant Barbecue Lady demonstrates a pattern of racketeering activity under the Rico Act, which is, my friends, it stands for the Rico Act, just we'll say it one time, Racketeering, Influence, and Corrupt Organizations Act. Organized crime. The RICO Act, as the coordinated sharing and distribution of the video, indicates a conspiracy to engage in continuous and organized criminal conduct. Each act of sharing the video constitutes an overt act of conspiracy in violation of both RICO and the Pennsylvania criminal conspiracy statutes. Defendant Barbecue Lady asserted, quote, well, kind of, but there's a legal term actually for it, and every single effing person that shared that video of Caleb can all be effing prosecuted, end of quote. See Exhibit 53. So Defendant Barbecue Lady's acknowledgement that, quote, every single person that shared that video of Caleb can all be effing prosecuted, end of quote, demonstrates her awareness of the illegality of the enterprise's conduct. Her statement indicates active involvement in a criminal conspiracy to commit harassment and defamation in violation of Pennsylvania criminal conspiracy laws and RICO's conspiracy provisions. Each participant in the chain of distribution is a conspirator, furthering the enterprise's unlawful objectives, exposing them to criminal liability. So each participation, hear that out, each participant in the chain of distributing that video is a conspirator, furthering the enterprise's unlawful objectives, exposing them to criminal liability. In the same live stream, Defendant Barbecue Lady declared, and you know what? It's my effing mission. And it's been my little undercover mission. I know you guys are probably wondering where we're at, but we are up to something. Exhibit 53. Defendant Barbecue's statement about an undercover mission to target individuals within the context of sharing harmful content demonstrates a premeditated conspiracy. Wow. That satisfies the elements of racketeering activity under Rico and criminal conspiracy under Pennsylvania law. Under Pennsylvania law, criminal conspiracy is established when two or more individuals agree to engage in unlawful conduct with at least one overt act in the furtherance of the conspiracy. Established when two or more individuals agree to engage in the unlawful contact with at least one act. So two people, one act to further the conspiracy is all it takes. The overt acts in this case involve the deliberate dissemination of harmful content, which violates multiple provisions of Pennsylvania law, including harassment and defamation. Additionally, Defendant Truday's statement reflects a calculated, organized effort to harm others, demonstrating the continuity and structure, and they're talking about Barbecue Lady here, continuity and structure required for establishing a pattern of racketeering activity. This aligns with Pennsylvania's broad definition of conspiracy, where intent and action to promote or facilitate illegal conduct suffice for prosecution. Uh-oh. Furthermore, each participant in the dissemination of harmful content is implicated as an active conspirator in furtherance of the criminal enterprise, exposing them to substantial criminal liability under both federal and state law. Defendant Barbecue Lady and her panelists continued, quote, okay, we're not avoiding being on TikTok because we're afraid or scared. We've been working. And all I'm going to say is if anyone thinks that they're going to F with us, I effing dare you. Exhibit 53. Wow. Wow. What I want to know is how can people listen to that content, in my opinion? Defendant Barbecue's over threat, I effing dare you, constitutes intimidation and extortion under federal law and Pennsylvania's extortion statutes. And they were already on, apparently, you guys said last night, some of them. That's just shocking to me. Extortion in Pennsylvania involves using threats of harm to coerce behavior, and her statement is designed to intimidate and deter opposition to enterprises' activities through threats of retaliation. This conduct, reflective of organized criminal behavior, aims to prevent interference or exposure, thereby advancing the enterprise's unlawful goals. In a live stream, Defendant Barbecue Lady declared, quote, effing dare you, I dare you. This SHIT right here, though. These foul effing human beings, birds of a feather, flock together. End of quote. See Exhibit 53. Wow. Imagine if all this content could have been put towards Sebastian in the proper way. The continuation of intimidation tactics in Defendant Barbecue's language, coupled with derogatory remarks, highlights a clear pattern of harassment in violation of 18 Pennsylvania statute. Her repeated threats, I dare you, aim to intimidate and coerce others into compliance or silence, punishable under Pennsylvania's criminal harassment statutes, and also form part of a broader criminal conspiracy within the enterprise. Defendant Barbecue further stated, it is my effing mission to take, she's quoting, it is my effing mission to take Tony the F down. So however that looks for you, or whatever you want to imagine in your God-given brain, whatever. When I say take them down, I mean like he should not be a effing spokesperson for anybody's missing child, in my opinion, end quote. Exhibit 50, see Exhibit 53. Wow. I must have been really tired when I read that last night. I didn't catch all that. This statement demonstrates Defendant Barbecue's intent to cause significant harm to Tony L. Mathis through a coordinated campaign of harassment and defamation, further supporting a criminal conspiracy and racketeering activity under Rico. Her admission, there are a lot of Rico A lot of these are under Rico, friends. That's a lot. And they say it's hard to, right? What did James C said 98%, or someone said maybe it was oh, paper cut. Such a great name. Factual paper cut. Someone said 98% um don't don't win, against Rico. That's a lot when you're looking at up to 250,000 fine or doubled in up to 20 years, right? Okay. Is the audio okay right now? I'm coming back. Be right back. Are you guys having a hard time? Rico is the racketeering. Hi, Diana Bond. Rico is adult. Yes. Yes, definitely, Sandy. Rico is Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, which is racketeering is a type of organized crime that involves a pattern of illegal activity for money. What they're pleading for here is they want respite from the threats, they want respite from the interference. You're getting interference from me right now on here? Let me close out. Hold on. Is that better? Okay. Um, so they're asking for the obstruction to stop, the seriousness of this child's life who's listed as a runaway. So therefore, they're claiming he's alive, proving he could be alive. And that therefore they're endangering his life, Sebastian's, by obstructing and hindering and threatening and getting getting people to back away and not speak up, all of that. And that's what this petition is for, is to the cease and desist didn't stop it, so now they have there's a federal injunction, which is like a federal cease and desist, and then this Rico, which is now aligning all of the criminal activities of this criminal enterprise. And so far they've named um gosh it's Barbecue Lady, it is Granny's Watching, and 50 others inclusive, and they have named Chris Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot, A. Coleman, Brat Norton, CI, Katie, Jill, Bowdy Movin, character analysis. So that's who they have named so far. So there's nothing in this document that asks people to stop helping spread awareness. No, not at all. Oh yeah. Have a lot of people stopped covering the case? Yeah, I guess a lot have, right? I guess you're right. No, we can talk about Sebastian. We should be talking about Sebastian. That's what they want us to be talking about, is Sebastian, to raise awareness for Sebastian. All of what we're reading right now does nothing to help Sebastian. That's what they're trying to get rid of, is the noise, the circus acts. That is such a great point, Beth. We learn from, apples trees, right? Kids as bullies, watch parents as bullies, in my opinion. The Hatter's Madness, you said if you've read some of the threatening emails sent to searchers, and they're vile, huh? That is just unbelievable. Were they anonymous? Paula McGillen, welcome in, my friend. Okay, thank you. Diana Bond, welcome in. No, we won't. We're just gonna have to keep talking about him and just talking about him. Hi, Lindsay Rose. And we honestly, they're going to figure this out. So we just need to keep his name out there. High float, hope floats. We just need to keep his name out there right now. They're looking into it. Now I have faith that, ooh, Beth Huxley says Grill Lady and 3 of her cohorts are flying into Nashville this coming week. Ooh, I wonder why. To search or to do something positive for him, I hope, for Sebastian. Yes, I do remember that, Ginger Girl. Yes. Hi, Sandy. Oops. Okay, let me keep going. Okay. Hi, Kelly Stout. Yes, learned behaviors. Absolutely. Okay. I'm going to, minions. Absolutely. Hmm? Sandy's a member. Leave her. Sandy's a new member, Grandma. I want to go see what's Kai saying. Phoenix, I'll get back to you in a second. Kai, I'm going to tell you this right now. I haven't seen anything you're saying right now, but if we're going to stir up drama, pack it up. You're going to move on. Okay. Okay. Well, that's your choice. But let's all keep it nice and, we still need to be there, we still want to be there for Sebastian, and you clearly want to keep hearing about him. So let's all just keep going. Okay? Hmm. Okay. Yes, Grandma, I so appreciate you. You are manning the troops so well. Okay, I'm going back to it. We're going to keep reading. Under Pennsylvania law, fraud occurs when a party knowingly, and shoot me a message if you need me, Grandma. Thank you for everything you're doing. When a party knowingly makes false representations with the intent to induce others to act. Defendant Barbecue Lady's public solicitation of funds based on the false claim that she needed $25,000 to retain a federal attorney for ongoing litigation constitutes fraudulent misrepresentation. Despite receiving only a cease and desist letter, which does not constitute litigation, Defendant Barbecue Lady knowingly implied that she was under legal threat to justify her fundraising campaign. Defendant Barbecue's actions constitute unjust enrichment by collecting funds under the false premise of a non-existent lawsuit, misrepresenting the cease and desist letter, and fabricating a false narrative to unjustly gain financial support from her audience. Defendant Barbecue's deliberate misrepresentation of a cease and desist letter as ongoing litigation in her fundraising campaign constitutes fraud, demonstrating a pattern of deceit and an attempt to unjustly enrich herself by misleading her audience. The court should enjoin Defendant Barbecue from continuing to solicit funds under these false pretenses and order the return of all funds raised through the fraudulent campaign. Okay, we're at Brittany J. In multiple live broadcasts on YouTube, defendant Granny's Watching engaged in a concerted effort to defame, harass, and intimidate Brittany J. as a part of a broader coordinated attack with her associates. These statements are not isolated incidents, but rather form a sustained campaign. Targeted harassment, threats, defamation, violating both Pennsylvania and federal laws, and fitting into a pattern of conduct that constitutes part of a corrupt enterprise. Wow. In her live stream, defendant Granny directly Granny's Watching directly threatened Brittany J. Ooh, stating, quote, I will make you a effing victim. Oh my gosh. You want to go legal? I will give you a reason to go legal. You have crossed every effing boundary there is. So is this the person in the video I played you, the 42-second video? Is that Granny's Watching where she says, you're not going to stop me? This isn't going to stop me towards you, BJ? Does anyone know? So, a true and correct copy of the Granny's Watching live stream audio lasting 16 minutes and 54 seconds from May 9th, 2024 is Exhibit 54. Defendant, Granny's Watching's intent to make Brittany a victim and provoke legal retaliation demonstrates a malicious targeted attack designed to intimidate and harass, further supporting a claim of racketeering activity. These threats made in public also serve to escalate the level of intimidation, forming part of the conspiracy to obstruct Brittany's efforts to defend herself legally. Defendant Granny's Watching continued her attack on Brittany J's character in a public forum, stating, quote, you are a lazy you are a lazy, wasteful POS. I don't speak on you, Brittany. I don't effing talk about you, end quote. See Exhibit 54. Oh my gosh. Defendant Granny's Watching's acknowledgement of her involvement in a coordinated retaliatory effort against Brittany J. and her associates further highlights the presence of an enterprise, a criminal enterprise for those of you who just coming in. She's talking about a criminal enterprise, organized crime, engaging in racketeering activity. Defendant Granny's Watching states, quote, then I'm going to effing be and I'm going to do to you every single thing that you and your effing YouTube associates do to me and mine. End of quote. See Exhibit 54. How in the world? I don't understand. Why has YouTube not shut this down? Doesn't this violate all of the community rules? Excuse me. Defendant Granny's Watching, I took a bite of a granola bar. Defendant Granny's Watching statement demonstrates her active participation in a conspiracy under 18 Pennsylvania and involvement in a corrupt organization as defined under, and then it gives the Pennsylvania law, with her reference to Brittany's, quote, YouTube associates, indicating a broader network of individuals collaborating to attack and harass Brittany, thereby forming the basis for a civil conspiracy claim. Let's go back and read that. So, Granny's Watching statement demonstrates her active participation in conspiracy and involvement in a corrupt organization as defined, with her reference to Brittany's YouTube associates, indicating a broader network of individuals collaborating to attack and harass Brittany. Therefore, forming the basis for a civil conspiracy claim under Pennsylvania law and supporting Rico elements of a coordinated enterprise. Defendant Granny's Watching attempts to downplay her actions by stating, quote, playing your words isn't harassing and bullying. You know what harassing and bullying is. First off, we're adults, end quote. Are we though? Is this really acting like adults? A true and correct copy of the Granny's Watching audio from May 9th, 2024, lasting 4 minutes and 32 seconds, is attached, Exhibit 55. This dismissive statement is part of an ongoing campaign of cyberbullying disguised as playing words back to deflect accountability, falling under the scope of the Pennsylvania law and contributing to a Rico claim by forming part of the sustained organized harassment aimed at causing Brittany emotional distress and reputational harm. Defendant Granny's Watching also targeted Brittany J by spreading false and inflammatory narratives implying that Brittany neglects or abuses her own children. You won't find bags under my kids' eyes. Quote, you won't find bags under my kids' eyes. You won't ever catch me driving with my children unbuckled, standing up, end of quote. Horrible person. in my opinion. A true and correct copy of the Granny's Watching, quote, Granny's Watching audio clip from May 9th, 2024, lasting 44 seconds, is attached, Exhibit 56. These statements constitute further defamation aimed at discrediting Brittany as a mother, a person, fostering public animosity against her through malicious and false insinuations about child neglect, and are designed to damage her reputation both within her community and online. Defendant Barbecue's or Granny's Watching statements demonstrate a clear intent to manipulate public perception and discredit Brittany J's reputation, as seen as in her direct statements. Quote, "How dare you, Brittany? How effing dare you put this S on me? If you know I came so she can hide that she effing does it. If you know I came so she can hide that she effing does it." End of quote. I have no idea. And people actually sit and watch this as content. Defendant Granny's Watching has employed coordinated defamatory tactics to harm plaintiff Brittany J as part of a broader enterprise involving multiple individuals aimed at discrediting and shaming her. In a live stream, defendant Granny's Watching falsely implicated Brittany J in the tragic death of a man outside her home. Yeah, I didn't catch this when I read this last night. Using strategies consistent with those employed by defendant Barbecue Lady and others in the criminal enterprise. Wow. Defendant Granny's repeated and malicious actions violate Pennsylvania's harassment statute, defamation law, the Racketeering, Influenced, and Corrupt Organizations Act, and Pennsylvania's Corrupt Organizations Act. So that's Rico's in there too. Defendant Granny's Watching's mention of the tragic death of a man outside Brittany J's home is a deliberate attempt to weaponize personal misfortunes to manipulate public perception and defame Brittany J. Did Brittany J know the guy? Defendant Granny's Watching stated, "Let's talk about the man that," oh, quote, "let's talk about the man that died outside our home and what happened with that," end quote. A true and correct copy of the 40-second Granny's Watching live stream clip from July 24th, 2024, Exhibit 57. Defendant Barbecue Lady uses this tragedy to suggest that Brittany J was at fault or behaved inappropriately following the incident, mirroring the broader strategy used by defendant Barbecue Lady and others in the enterprise to exploit personal events such as family disputes or tragedies for defamatory purposes. This pattern is consistent with defendant Barbecue Lady's attacks on Mr. Rogers, Mr. Mathis, Mr. Hat, Mr. G, Ms. O'Donnell, Dog the Bounty Hunter, Bullhorn Betty, and many others, where she similarly weaponized their personal experiences to discredit them. Defendant Granny's exploitation of this tragedy is part of the enterprise's continuous scheme to defame individuals by manipulating personal stories, fitting the continuity prong of Rico, as it represents not an isolated incident, but a pattern of ongoing defamation and harassment aimed at the plaintiffs. Got it. Hold on. You're okay. You're okay. I'm going to wrap this one up right here. Defendant Grandma also employed sarcasm and false sympathy to insinuate that Brittany J failed to respect the family of the deceased. Defendant Granny remarked, quote, "Yeah, it must have been horrifying, but let's talk about how much respect was shown to their family that was mourning," end of quote. Exhibit 57. The sarcastic commentary pretends to express concern while subtly suggesting that Brittany J was callous in her response to the tragedy. This tactic mirrors defendant Barbecue's use of sarcasm when mocking Mr. Rogers, Bullhorn Betty, Mr. Mathis, Mr. Hat, Mr. G, Ms. O'Donnell, Dog the Bounty Hunter, and others attempting to twist the narrative to damage their reputations while maintaining a veneer of objectivity. Oh, friends, I think I'm going to have to take a break and come back. I'm sorry, my throat's kind of sore. I hate to do this. Let's see, we've been on for about, I'd say about 4 hours. How about we take about an hour and a half, come back? Would you guys all be okay with that? Let me catch up here. Would you all be okay with coming back? My voice, let me rest my voice a little bit. Thank you, Susie. Yes, she is. As is J is for Justice. They just, Clue was mentioned so far, Queen Bee, Chris Proudfoot, Katie Proudfoot, Barbecue Lady, Granny's Watching, A. Coleman, Brat Norton, CI, Katie, Jill, Body Move Van, characters analysis. And then eventually J is for Justice comes into it as well. So they're listing people. Unbelievable. I hope they subpoena all communications. I wonder if they've ever gotten the Life 360 too. So, but because they're not in Pennsylvania, so they're not the initial the Hi Rosie Beep Beep Jetson. Nice to have you here. I'm gonna take a little bit of a break. We'll come back. We'll come back at 7 o'clock Eastern, 4 o'clock my time. Grandma had to catch a call too. So that'll give us all something. Get something to eat, get something to drink. Thank you so much, Rosie Beep Beep Jetson. We're going to come back. Mean Girls, absolutely. And it's just shocking at the ages. Think about it. Thank you, Kelly Stout. I hope you'll all come back. Please, please. I so enjoy my time with you. And this is great for Sebastian. And we'll get through it and we'll talk about it. And also read SF Investigates response. So I will see you 4 o'clock my time, 7 o'clock Eastern. Thank you all so much. Thank you to all for Grandma for a wonderful job. Thank you to the members for the super chats, everyone. And just thank you for being here. Talk soon, and I will see you at 4 o'clock my time, 7 o'clock Eastern. Thank you, Susie, at 73. Bye, Cinderelli. Thank you to all. Sebastian, Wayne, Drake, Rogers. Thank you, CB. See you all in a bit.